efforts to benefit ALS research initiatives in Massachusetts and beyond. In just 21 days, CVS Pharmacy has raised $4.4 million for Worcester-based ALS Therapy Alliance in support of the crucial battle against ALS.
The ALS Therapy Alliance and CVS Pharmacy are teammates to find a cure for ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. Thanks to the generosity of CVS customers, the world's top experts in ALS research use 100% of the money donated to fund their research.
More has happened in the last 6 months than happened in the previous 9 years. I think there's going to be a major advance in both mechanism, understanding the disease, and finding new treatments.
For those who suffer from ALS, like Dana Miller, the hope is the research can help them, or to keep others from suffering from the debilitating disease that can strike anyone.
Research is so important in finding a cure for this terrible disease. We're so close. It can improve my life, somebody that you know, a friend or a family member.
Presenting a check for $4.4 million is Tom Ryan, Chairman, President, and Chief Executive Officer of CVS Caremark. Accepting the check is Dr. Robert H. Brown, Jr., Director of ALS Therapy Alliance. They are accompanied on the field by Dr. Toyin A. Brennan, Executive Vice President and Chief Medical Officer of CVS Caremark. John Roberts, Executive Vice President of CVS Caremark and Honorary Chair of their in-store fundraiser. Bill Miller, husband of Dana Miller, co-chair of the CVS Pharmacy in-store fundraiser, and their 4 children, Hannah, Spencer, Kyle, and Marley. Dr. H. Robert Horvitz, Howard Hughes investigator, Department of Biology, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Rick Crust, training store manager for CVS Pharmacy. And Red Sox pitcher Jonathan Papelbon and his wife Ashley and their daughter Parker. We thank you all. And now we invite Bill Miller, who was diagnosed with ALS 8 months ago, to the pitcher's mound. Bill is accompanied by the Millers' 4 children, Hannah, Spencer, Kyle, and Marley, as well as Tom Ryan of CVS Caremark. As part of our continued recognition of CVS Caremark and ALS Therapy Alliance, we have invited Bill to deliver our ceremonial first pitch. All right, Bill, let's see a pitch. Thank you to the Miller family and all our friends at CVS Pharmacy for their continued dedication to the ongoing fight against ALS. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to score the game. It's time for the starting nines, brought to you by the
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the Yes Network, the home of champions.
161st and River was the address for the most recent Boston Massacre. 4 days, 4 games, 4 Yankee wins. Pulsating drama christens a new ballpark to the rivalry. Each game resonated with tension, bragging rights as well as standing on the line. The Farmers making a loud statement. Now it shifts north to venerable Old Fenway as the Red Sox will host these games. Much on the line, but what else is new? The rivalry continues. Yankees, Red Sox, next on Yes. Oh yeah, that says it all. Game on indeed. The Yankees and the Red Sox, the greatest rivalry in sports. A big crowd is expected at Fenway. Obviously, it's a sellout. That's not good. Little guys in hostile territory, but they're willing to take it on to root on their team and watch their team win. You'll get a chance tonight as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Boston Red Sox in the first of 3 from Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay. Now, the last time the Yankees faced the Red Sox going into that series, they had a lot to prove. They had gone 0-8 in the first 8 games, but after that 4-game set, the tenor of this is completely different.
Yeah, when you look at the numbers, Michael, they kind of explain what's going on during the course of this season. You can see the first 8 games, the Yankees didn't do much at all. That included 2 series here at Fenway Park where they still haven't won a ball game this year. They're hoping to remedy that starting tonight. But the last 4 games at Yankee Stadium, you can see how the numbers have changed in their favor. They had .299, they scored over 6 runs per game, and the pitching was much, much better. 1.71 team ERA in that 4-game sweep at the stadium.
Which leads me seamlessly into the pitching matchup, Kenny. Well done. It's brought to you by the New York Lottery. Yankee veteran Andy Pettitte will go 9-6, 4.09. Brad Penny goes for the Red Sox. He's 7-7 with a 5.22 ERA. And of late, Andy Pettitte's pitched very well.
Very well, including his outing on this road trip in Seattle. Andy started the 2nd game of the series at Safeco Field and started out slowly, but then really picked up the pace. He had 10 strikeouts. That's a season high. Andy really had that cutter working, but he came away with a no decision as the Yankees won the game late by a score of 4-2.
Well, he has good numbers against the Red Sox in 34 games, 16-9, 3.63, about 7 strikeouts per 9 innings, and he holds them to a .277 average. Last time he faced them August 9th, 7 innings, 5 hits, did not allow a run, but he was not around for the decision. Now, he's going to depend on his longtime teammate, Derek Jeter, to remain as hot as he's been. How hot has he been? Relax. We'll tell you in just a moment as Yankees baseball continues on Yes. Well, the Yankees have a red-hot captain leading them into this 3-game set, and in the last 10 games, he has been scalding. .550, 3 home runs, 7 ribbies. He scored 9 runs, and in the process, raised his average from .312 to .331, and he loves the West Coast.
Well, he was surface of the sun hot out on the West Coast. The Yankee road trip started in Seattle, and Derek Jeter commenced hitting. Had a couple of home runs in Seattle and 8 hits. Then the Yankees moved down the coast to Oakland. He still hit even more. 8 hits in 3 games in Oakland against the A's. The Yankees won 2 out of 3, and they won 5 out of 7 on the West Coast.
Let's see Jeter's numbers for the season. .331, 15 homers, 54 ribbies, 21 stolen bases. Those numbers at least put him in the discussion for the American League Most Valuable Player. That's how good a season he's having. What type of series will he have? Well, we'll see. The Stars are going to be out tonight here at Fenway Park. These two teams know each other so well. So there's the rest of baseball. When we come back, lineups, first pitch, baseball next on Yes.
Do, 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 do. Okay. I don't need it. No.
I need everything. How you feeling, Bill? Good? Good. Super. Uh-oh, I'm hearing reverb. There we go. They have old kids in the museum? New York Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Raymore and Flanagan, furnishing your style with guaranteed delivery in 3 days or less. By Honda, the 2009 Honda clearance is here, but it ends soon. Hurry into your Honda dealer today. And by WB Mason for office supplies at amazingly low prices. Who but WB Mason? It is a hot, steamy day here at Fenway Park. High humidity. Let's take a look at the game time weather conditions presented by Figalo Tea. It's 83 degrees, humidity 72%. Wind is 14 miles per hour, seems to be blowing out toward left field. And the forecast is for late isolated showers. And doesn't look that great over Fenway Park, but it's been that sort of day you could just feel the moisture in the air, and you walk a couple of blocks and you're absolutely soaked. So we'll see how that affects the pitchers as well, because it is humid. But Dustin Pedroia seems to have a hop in his step as he leads his Boston Red Sox out on the field in front of another sellout crowd here at Fenway Park. Well, as Brad Penny marches slowly to the mound, let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup that he's going to face, and it's presented by our good friends at BMW. The captain, the shortstop, we detailed how hot he is. Derek Jeter leads off, batting second, and playing left field, Johnny Damon. That's what he's done in 12 games against the Red Sox. The average isn't good, but look at the home run, 6 homers and 10 ribbies. Mark Teixeira does not have good numbers against the Red Sox. He'll play first, he'll bat third. Batting fourth and slumping right now, third baseman Alex Rodriguez. Hideki Matsui will DH, he'll bat fifth. Jorge Posada has not had a good road trip at the plate. He's going to catch. He'll bat 6th. He's had 2 days off with the off day yesterday. Robinson Cano at second base will bat 7th, batting 8th, and playing right field. Nick Swisher, he's reached base safely in 28 straight games, and Melky Cabrera in center field will bat 9th.
You're looking at 31-year-old right-hander Brad Penny, who's got a 1-0 career record against the Yankees. This will be his 24th start of the year. A 7-7 record. Well, fair record, good drink. And his ERA 5.22. Let's check out our Jeep pitcher scouting report. 5 of his 7 wins have come right here at Fenway Park. He's among the league leaders in runs allowed. He's in the top 10 in that category. And he actually started the 2006 All-Star game for the National League in Pittsburgh when he was a member of the Dodgers, and he struck out the side in the first inning. He struck out Ichiro, Derek Jeter, and also David Ortiz.
Let's take a look at the defense behind Brad Penny, and it's a little tighter than it was in the 4 games against the Yankees at the stadium. In the outfield, you've got Bay in left, and he missed a couple of the games in that series. Jacoby Ellsbury in center and J.D. Drew in right. In the infield, Lowell's at third. The newly acquired Alex Gonzalez, they got him last Saturday. He's at short. The MVP, Dustin Pedroia at second. Kevin Youkilis is at first, and he's a Gold Glover at first. And Victor Martinez, you can run on him, and you can run on the combination of Martinez and Brad Penny. And he's slow to the plate. Martinez does not have a good arm towards second. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes. Well, Joe Girardi's team has gone 5-2 on the West Coast portion of this trip. This is an 11-day, 10-game road trip. And if the Yankees finish over 500 on this trip, you know what? They remove 10 games from the schedule, 11 days from the calendar, and they get closer to their main objective, and that is to get into the postseason. Terry Francona trying to get his team back into the American League East race. They're 6.5 games behind the Yankees coming into this one.
Kind of unusual to go from a West Coast trip and still be playing on the road.
That is true. Penny's ready. Jeter's ready. Let's do it here at Fenway. And the big right-hander deals a strike. We're underway. Derek Jeter, we told you how red hot he is, but here's an unusual stat. He has an on-base percentage of close to 400, which is what you want. He has not walked in 99 plate appearances. Longest streak in the majors right now. The 0-1. Outside, 1-1. I guess when you're seeing the ball and hitting the ball well, you don't want to walk.
Well, he hasn't had a walk since July the 28th. And it's the longest streak of his career without hearing ball 4.
The 1-1. That one's lying down the right field line. It is a base hit, and that'll bounce into the seats for a double for Jeter, and he now has an 8-game hitting streak.
He's been something in the first inning this season, and now he is 17 for 30 on this road trip. Got a pitch up out over the plate. You can see Victor Martinez sitting way outside. That's where they wanted to pitch. Maybe Derek wanted it there too. This is going to bound into the seats just beyond the pesky pole. Just in front of it, I should say, and the Yankees have a runner in scoring position to start this series.
'22nd double of the year for Jeter, and that's going to bring up Johnny Damon. Damon so far on the road trip 6 for 24. Told you he has the 6 home runs this year against the Red Sox, 22 on the season. And Penny deals a strike. In the early games this year, Penny faced the Yankees, and the big talk around Boston, wow, they had such an abundance of starters. They have to eventually trade Brad Penny. But now the back end of their rotation is really in tatters with the injuries to Wakefield and Matsuzaka. And Penny is either the 3rd or 4th starter, no matter which way you look at the rotation.
In the last game of the series against Oakland, the game started in similar fashion to this one. Although Derek Jeter started in the first inning with a base hit, then stole second base. Johnny Damon hit a ground ball to the right side, moved him to third with 1 out, and Mark Teixeira got him in. Let's see if the Yankees can build a run here in the first inning.
And the 0-2. Off the foot of Damon, and he goes down.
Oof. That was solid. Remember, Johnny's looking to pull the ball. He wants to get the ball to the right side, and he gets a pitch inside, but he hits on top of it, and man, it looked like it hit him right on the ankle. Oh, let's take a look. Ankle, shin, anywhere. Oh my goodness. He is in pain and just around the knee area. Gene Monahan, the longtime Yankee head athletic trainer, is out there taking a look at Johnny Damon. We were talking about Gino the other day, Michael. 37 years. There's nobody been a trainer longer than Gene Monahan.
He's been the trainer ever since George Steinbrenner bought the team in 1973.
Looks like Johnny's going to get up here.
So the crowd that loved him so much in 2004, he was one of the idiots. They kind of cheered derisively when he went down, but now he gets up. It looks like he's going to try to stay in the game.
Let's take one more painful look at this foul ball off the bat of Johnny Damon. Remember, he's trying to pull the ball. Oh, my goodness. That hurts just to look at it again.
Now, most pitchers, being mean-spirited, they will come in now in the same area and see if he'll swing at the pitch.
Yeah, what hurts even more, the count is no balls and 2 strikes now. And you're still, I'm sure he's still in some kind of pain.
The 0-2 from Penny. Strike 3 outside corner, and Damon thought that was way outside. He's probably thinking, I got up for that. And he is punched out by Country Joe West, the home plate umpire.
Joe West, veteran up. Let's see how much he gives Penny on the outside corner. Well, to me, it was close for sure, and it certainly was high enough. You can see it's definitely high enough, just a matter of whether it hit the corner or not.
Here's Mark Teixeira. Take a look at the umpiring crew. We told you about Joe West behind the plate. Larry Vanover is at first. Sam Holbrook at second. And Dan Iasonia is over at third. Strangely, Mark Teixeira is such a good hitter, but his average here at Fenway Park is .214. Not just this year, overall. 18 for 84 in his career.
I think number one, he's usually facing pretty good pitching. Red Sox over the years, last years, especially since Teixeira's been in the league, have had pretty good teams.
Well, he's got 8 years now where he's going to be here at Fenway at least 9 games a year. Sometimes it's 10. And then postseason. The 2-0. There's a strike.
I think one thing here, especially when he's batting left-handed at Fenway Park, left-handed hitters can be psyched out somewhat because of the distance to the bullpen for home runs, and certainly to the gap in a deep right center field. But I always felt if they pitch you away here, I mean, that's just helping you. Just hit the ball off the wall.
And they're pitching him away, and he nabs the outside corner, does Penny, 2-2.
Now you can see the green monster out and left. If you're willing to go that way, it can be a friend to a left-handed hitter.
Two. Ted Williams wanted no part of that fight.
No, well, Ted Williams was a very special hitter, maybe the best hitter ever. And he just looked to pull the ball. Cleveland Indians instituted the shift with Ted Williams up, and I think that made him just want to beat that shift even more. They used to pull the shortstop over the second base. It was instituted by Lou Boudreau. It was called the Boudreau shift.
Stays alive.
When Carl Yastrzemski first came up, another Hall of Fame left-handed hitter, he used to hit the ball to left field. Wade Boggs certainly, when he was with the Red Sox. That wall was very friendly to him. A lot of dents in that wall out there.
You know what? You think of a power hitter, Mo Vaughn also took advantage of that wall.
Big Papi.
Big Papi does as well. 3-2. There's always a misconception that lefties can't pitch here and lefties can't hit here, and that's not true. If you're a savvy left-handed pitcher, this is a great ballpark. Just keep working the outside corner. And if you're a lefty hitter, as we mentioned, just aim for that. Aim for the green monster. Take the ball the other way. And there's also a lot of room in the gap in right center. The 3-2. And Teixeira, a well-earned walk. So Yankees have runners on first and second with one out against Penny. That's going to bring up Alex Rodriguez.
Number 13, Alex Rodriguez.
Well, lately Alex has been struggling and actually changed his stance a bit in Oakland. He widened his stance and was trying to swing more with his upper body and less with his stride. That's what he's done in his career at Fenway Park.
Alex 1 for 11 in Oakland. He's 3 for 15 so far on the trip. There's a ground ball in the hole. Backhanded nicely by Gonzalez. He has no play. It's an infield single for Alex Rodriguez, and the Yankees have the bases loaded.
Well, the Red Sox shortstop's been a problem for them all season long. Nick Green wasn't doing it. Man, look at Victor Martinez sitting way outside. Alex tries to hook this one through the hole. Gonzalez gets to it, but doesn't have a play. He can't regain his footing to make a throw to any base. This is Gonzalez's second time with the Boston Red Sox. They got him back recently. What'd you say, last Saturday, Mike?
Last Saturday, yeah.
From Cincinnati. Known as a good fielder.
16 pitches for Penny so far. Here's Matsui. 6 for 17. And the pitch. Penny's throwing hard. 96-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Red Sox just came off a road trip. They were 4-2. They were 1-2 in Texas. 2 real tough losses, and the one win they had against Texas was 2 outs in the 9th inning. And then they swept the Toronto Blue Jays at Skydome.
Yeah, they were down to their last strike in that game that they won.
The 0-1. Fights it off and fouls it off. Last 4 games for Brad Penny have not been pretty. 0-3, 7.54, and they're hitting .300 against him, including 6 home runs. Red Sox took a flyer on him the way they took a flyer on John Smoltz. It didn't work out for Smoltz, who was eventually released and then picked up by the St. Louis Cardinals. And Brad Penny is at least taking the ball every 5 days. Bases loaded with Yankees, 1 out, just underway here at Fenway. The 0-2. Fouled away.
Well, Matsui's in a hole right now, but he's usually been pretty good in his career with the Yankees at getting that runner in from third with 1 out. This year, 10 out of 15 times he's been able to deliver and get that runner in from third base with less than 2 outs. And right now he's in the scramble mode because he's in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes.
The 0-2. Strike 3. West has a wide strike zone, somewhat generous on the outside, and that's the second Yankee punched out on that same pitch.
Well, much in the same way Johnny Damon was called out on strikes. Let's see where the glove is of Victor Martinez. And once again, that's close, but to me that looks like it's a ball outside.
Looks like it hit the batter's box line.
That's away.
Well, they're going to school on Joe West. They know he's going to call that pitch, so they're going to have to widen their strike zone.
Well, not only the Yankee hitters, but let's see how it works on the other side too. I mean, you got Andy Pettit working tonight. Andy's quite adept at if the home plate umpire is going to give it to him, he'll take it.
Way upstairs to Posada. Jorge has struggled on this road trip. He has 3 hits in 20 at-bats.
He's done well against the Red Sox this year, though.
Count 2-0, no place to put him.
Well, certainly Penny doesn't want to go to 3 balls and no strikes. This should be a decent pitch for Jorge Posada to hit. He might have to get a little bit more of that corner than he wants. Might have to get a little bit closer to the middle of the plate.
Hot shot up the middle, a base hit for Posada. Scoring is Jeter. Here comes Teixeira. He'll score. It's a 2-run single for Posada, and the Yankees have 2 runs on the board here in the top of the first.
Well, he made some good pitches to both Johnny Damon and Hideki Matsui. Jumped ahead on the count, but once he got behind, and I think, Michael, you had said he's been 300 they've been hitting against him. When you fall behind on counts, you have to get more of the plate. And you could see that was down, but it was knee high and not quite to the outside corner. And Posada had already seen 2 fastballs, so he could gauge the speed. The Yankees are on top 2-0. Jeter, Teixeira score. And Posada still hitting very well against the Boston, knee high, and that's on the outer third, and that's best way. If you don't hit it to the opposite field, hit it right back through the middle.
So a big base hit for Posada. Picks up RBIs 56 and 57. Gives the Yankees a lead. Here's Robinson Cano.
Cano's happy to get out of Oakland, Michael.
0 for 12 there.
I think he's 0 for his last 27 in Oakland.
Carried a 14-game hitting streak into Oakland and limped out. There's a strike.
Only the second time this year that Cano's had back, 3 straight games without a hit. And the first time was the middle of May. He's never gone 4 games in a row without a hit this year.
Count 1-1. They're getting Penny's pitch count up there. 25 pitches, 17 strikes. And as we mentioned, it's a hot, humid night here in Boston.
Yeah, Penny does throw hard, Michael, but his fastball, as you can see, is kind of straight. It's true. And that means the hitters don't have to adjust to any movement on the fastball.
Throws a breaking ball for a strike there, backdoor variety. So the Yankees have to like the way this has started. 2 runs already in before even throwing 1 pitch from Andy Pettitte. And the 1-2. Ties him up inside, 2-2.
That's not good when the pitching coach had to come out and visit you in the first inning. I mean, he's just seen you warm up. What could you be doing differently?
Shattered bat and the ground ball to Pedroia. He'll take the out at first, and that's going to do it for the Yanks. But they scored 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. Yankees 2, and the Red Sox coming to bat. Yankees give Andy Pettitte 2 runs to work with, and he takes them out to start the bottom of the first inning. Let's take a look at the Red Sox starting lineup he's going to face. And it's presented by BMW. Jacoby Ellsbury, want to keep him off the bases. He has 53 stolen bases. The center fielder leads off, batting second and playing second. Dustin Pedroia. Victor Martinez will catch. He'll hit third. Cleaning up and playing first base, Kevin Youkilis. Jason Bays in left field. He'll hit fifth. Look at the numbers against the Yanks. David Ortiz will DH. You know what? Despite all his struggles, he still has 70 ribbies. He's going to bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing third base, Mike Lowell. J.D. Drews in right field. He was 4 for 4 yesterday. He's going to bat eighth. Pretty good number 8 batter. And batting ninth is the shortstop, Alex Gonzalez. Now we have a new left fielder for the Yankees. Eric Hinsky takes over. So obviously Johnny Damon fouling that ball off his knee is in quite a bit of pain. The Yankees want to tend to it right now to keep the swelling down. Maybe even send him for x-rays. We'll tell you what we know as soon as we find out. But Hinsky's out and left.
Yeah, most of the time when Hinsky has played defensively, we've seen him in right field. Fenway Park, he's going to be in left field. Here's Andy Pettitte on the mound. This will be his 25th start of the year. Pretty good numbers, 9 and 6. 4.09. Let's check out our Jeep Pitcher Scouting Report on Andy Pettitte. Sweet 16. He's beaten the Red Sox 16 times in his career. He's robust in August overall in his career. 47 and 19 in this month, and he's got a great road earned run average.
And the pitch to Ellsbury is a strike. His ERA in August, 1.37. But he hasn't had many victories to show for it. He seems to be leaving games when they're tied. Team doesn't score him a lot of runs. But Andy wilted in the second half last year. That has not been the case this season. And if he continues to win or pitch well, you know the Yankees will win a good share of those games. The 0-2. Just missed. Along with Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. We thank you for joining us and spending part of your Friday evening with us here on Yes. The 1-2. 2-2.
That was a cutter from Andy, and that's the pitch that really started to come on, I would say, after the third inning in Seattle. Season high 10 strikeouts against the Mariner hitters. He was making it look easy.
Pettitte a long look in. Finally, Ellsbury says time. The 2-2. Fouled away. Hinsky has some familiarity with left field. Remember, he was with the Red Sox in 07 and played 10 games out in left field in that season for the Sox.
Yeah, there's a lot less responsibility in left field here than there is in right field. You can see the green monster there, and what is it, about 310 down the line. So you're a highlight player in left.
So from 0-2 it works to 3-2. And the veteran lefty deals. Missed inside, so he loses him. And now Ellsbury is a threat to run. We mentioned 53 stolen bases. He's been caught 8 times.
Good matchup here. Of course, Andy Pettitte with a great move to first base, and you got one of the best base stealers in the league at first base with Ellsbury.
Doesn't have good numbers against Pettitte. In fact, he's 0 for his last 14 against Pettitte.
That was about Andy's Z move over the first.
So he's got 25 better ones?
What comes before Z?
Why?
Yeah.
Because you want to know.
Why would you ask me that?
There's a strike. Now Ellsbury is up there in stolen bases with the all-time best for the Red Sox. The most ever stolen by a Red Sox player was Tommy Harper at 54 in 1973. Red Sox have historically not run because of that wall. They're built for power. So Ellsbury is a different factor for them.
That's one thing that changed about the Red Sox these last few years. I think they realized they got 81 games on the road. So the wall, they can't take it with them. So they have to have some sort of speed demon in their lineup. Ellsbury's been in. Pedroia runs a little bit. Jason Bay can run a little.
Well, all the years of Red Sox futility, 86 years without winning a championship, some could argue it was speed that got them their first World Series. If Dave Roberts was not added to the Red Sox bench as speed, they never would have come back against the Yankees with that 3-0 lead in 04.
Then he pinch run, stole the base, and scored.
Yep, and that gave them the first win, and then it started to snowball. Runner goes, pitches high, throw to second. Cano bobbled the ball. So Ellsbury's in there. He's tied Tommy Harper's record, 54th stolen base.
Well, Tommy Harper was a former teammate of mine. It looked like Ellsbury stumbled right out of the gate, but Cano dropped the ball. Posada makes a strong throw to second, right there on the bag, but Cano maybe trying to be too quick with the tag. Can't hold on to it, and Ellsbury, well, now doffing his helmet to the crowd as they give him a nice standing ovation for tying the team record.
He's in scoring position now for Pedroia. Two and two. He's now tied with Carl Crawford of the Rays. And Sean Figgins, B.J. Upton, and two are tied with 26.
Yeah, that's going to be a good race to the end of the season. It's going to be a matter who gets on base more, Crawford or Ellsbury, and both of them have something to play for because they're both involved in a wild card race.
Big wild card weekend because you've got Tampa Bay going against Texas. And in the National League, you have the Rockies going against the Giants. Those are the wild card standings right now. The Red Sox lead the Rangers by 1, the Rays by 4, and the Mariners and the White Sox distant fourth. And the count full at 3 and 2. You don't want to mess with the table setters because the Red Sox have some people that could bang the ball around 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, the Red Sox have started to swing the bat since that 4-game series against the Yankees in the Bronx when they seem to be struggling big time to get hits with runners in scoring position. All of a sudden, things are starting to kick in for the Red Sox offense of late. The Red Sox have won 7 of their last 10 games, the same record as the Yankees.
Mike Lowell's been swinging a hot bat. And he bats 7th in the lineup. That one's driven out to deep right. Swisher back, and he'll make the play. Tagging and moving to third easily is Ellsbury. Well, speaking of the wild card, it's time for the Toyota text poll, and the question is, who do you think will win the American League wild card? You can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply. Here are your choices. Number 1, the Rangers. Number 2, the Rays. Number 3, the Red Sox.
Yeah, this might surprise you, but I think it's going to come down to the pitching. I mean, all 3 of those teams hit pretty well. I think it's going to be the team that pitches the best. And it might also surprise you that one of those 3 teams leads the league in fewest runs allowed.
That is not the one you think it is.
It's exactly right, Michael. The
Texas Rangers.
Texas Rangers have allowed the fewest runs in the American League.
Here's Victor Martinez. This is what he's done since coming over to Boston. 324, 5 homers, 14 ribbies in 17 games. You have to keep a close eye on Ellsbury at third because this combination resulted in this.
Well, he got a great jump and steals home. That sort of punctuated yet another Red Sox victory here at Fenway Park. You can see Posada had no chance of getting Ellsbury. He got a great jump against Andy Pettitte.
Andy's so angry with himself, he stepped off the mound and threw his hands up in the air.
I think his control's been iffy this inning. He got ahead of Ellsbury 0-2, walked him. Had to go to 3-2 to get Pedroia out. And now a pitch well out of the strike zone to Martinez.
Inside.
You know, we mentioned that Andy started slowly in the game against the Seattle Mariners, but these are not the Mariner hitters. These are the Red Sox. They will grind it out. The Mariners kind of helped them out. They are a free swinging team. They struck out 10 times against Andy Pettitte, most of them swinging. But the Red Sox, they aren't going to chase as many bad pitches.
Tied him up there. Count 2-2.
Oh, that was a piece of fire.
Good cutter.
Right underneath the hands. And Victor Martinez was also late.
Fouled away.
Victor Martinez has been a good pickup for the Red Sox offensively. Now he plays first base as well and does some catching. Jason Varitek has had a problem with his neck lately, and so Martinez has done a little bit more catching. The problem with Martinez, though, he doesn't throw as well as Varitek.
Just missed outside.
Third straight hitter to Andy Pettitte's gone to 3-2.
Nineteen pitches for Pettitte. Number 20 is fouled off.
Well, it's been a rough night for the hitter so far. Victor Martinez, despite the guard on his shin. Let's see where this one actually clips him. Ooh, off the foot. You know, Michael, I've said if a shoe company could come up with a lightweight shoe that protects the foot, all the players would shift to that company. You know, light enough that it doesn't impede your running speed. The guard actually comes. You can see the guard actually comes over the foot, but didn't work.
How did he find a spot that wasn't covered there? I also don't think Victor's too worried about foot speed. That's not part of his game. 3-2. Driven into center field. Melky Cabrera on the run. He'll make the catch. Tagging is Ellsbury, and the throw is way offline. So it's a sac fly for Martinez, and the Red Sox cut the lead in half. It's now Yankees 2, Boston 1.
Well, kind of a manufactured run for the Boston Red Sox here in the first inning. Both of these high-octane offenses can score in many different ways. A walk, a stolen base, a fly ball to right. Runner tag went to third, and a sacrifice fly by Victor Martinez, who drives in his 82nd run of the year. And it makes it a 2-1 ball game. Melky with a good throw, but offline. Ellsbury much too fast and scores standing up.
There's Youkilis. He gets on base. .421 on base percentage. There's a strike. Came back in Toronto from that suspension, resulting, well, the suspension happened because of the fight with Rick Porcello of the Tigers.
I don't think it wasn't much of a fight. I mean, he threw the helmet at him. Then Porcello threw him to the ground, and then it was a big pile out near the mound here at Fenway Park.
And the 0-2. 1-2.
Oh, we're going to take a look at this. There's the pitch, drilled. And watch the helmet. Porcello with the takedown. Must be wrestling in his background.
Porcello wanted no part of it while he was running out. And then once the helmet was thrown, then Porcello just grabbed him and tossed him down.
You know what? The jersey came out of him. kids from Jersey. You know, you try and intimidate them. They get to a certain point, they turn on you.
Swing and a miss. As Euclid tried to turn on that, but misses. And that'll do it. The Red Sox 1 run on no hits, little ball, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 1, Yankees 2, Red Sox 1. Vaccinations protect children now and for years to come against serious and sometimes life-threatening diseases such as tetanus, diphtheria, whooping cough, and hepatitis. Join the New York Yankees and Lincoln Hospital to strike out childhood diseases. Get your child vaccinated on Thursday, September 3rd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Yankee Stadium's Banquet and Conference Center. Please enter at Gate 6. Call 718-579-5777 for more information. Let's see if Brad Penny settles down after a rough first inning. Yankees scored 2 runs against him. He trails 2-1. And Nick Swisher will step in. 28 pitches for Penny in the first inning. Swisher has reached base safely in 28 straight games. 7 for 28 on the road trip.
Nick's got himself a nice 6-game hitting streak going.
Chopped over the mound. Pedroia fields, and he gets Swisher 1 away.
Nice play by Pedroia, going to his right.
You know, it was a big story developing in New York today that there was a team that placed a claim for Mets reliever Billy Wagner. As the Mets tried to get him through waivers so that they could deal him.
It's come back from Tommy John, right?
Right. And he pitched a perfect inning yesterday, striking out 2 through 96 miles an hour against the Braves. And now it's being reported.
Wait, it's in AAA or the big
No, this was in the big leagues yesterday.
Okay.
Now it's being reported that the team that put in the claim was the Boston Red Sox. So that means that he got through all the teams in the National League and all but 2 of teams in the American League, because the Red Sox have the 3rd best record between the Angels and the Yankees. And what that also means is that Billy Wagner, and there's Theo Epstein, the guy who put in that claim, the Red Sox GM, he's owed $2.7 million in the final month of the season and another $1 million buyout. Tapped out toward third, charging is Lowell. He's going to have to eat it. It's a base hit from Melky Cabrera. So they have 3 days to work out a deal. Now the Mets could just say to the Red Sox, you claimed him, you got him. Here's the $3.7 million. Take it off our hands.
That's true.
So the Red Sox looking to add a power lefty, and only one game in the big leagues was enough for them to put in that claim.
This has to happen within 10 days.
3 days.
3 days. All right.
On a waiver claim.
Okay.
So an interesting development. Here's Derek Jeter, who doubled to open up the game and later came around to score the Yankees' first run. There's a strike.
Oh, it's a wide outside corner tonight, guys. Get those extendo bats out. And Derek didn't particularly like this. Look how far Victor Martinez is sitting outside, and look at that particular pitch. I don't know. We can see most of home plate there. I don't know if the corners are bigger tonight or whatever. Now they're trying to come inside.
With his double, he's now 4 for 7 against Brad Penny. Really sharp pitchers with great control can take advantage of a night like this when the umpire is giving him that much off the plate. They'll just keep pushing the envelope. That's how Tom Glavine made a living.
Makes you think of somebody like Mike Messina.
Yep. The 1-1. Good pitch. 1-2. With all of his hitting of late, Jeter now has had at least 150 hits in 14 straight years, and that's a Yankees franchise record.
Look out. You know, I was in the clubhouse before the game, and first base coach Mick Kelleher was watching frame after frame of different throws at first base from Brad Penny. One after the other from just about all the games that he's thrown over the first. Imagine that on computer now. You can just pick up throws over the first. And one thing he said, he doesn't have much of a move, and he doesn't really throw over with authority. And I sat there with him and just watched him throw, and it's like casual throws at first. Depending on the base run. Now, every once in a while, you get, when Jeter was on, they had some throws over with Jeter at first. They had a little more on it. Thinking that Jeter's thinking about stealing, but he does not have a good move to first. And the Yankees are well aware of it. They're well aware that Victor Martinez has elbow surgery a couple years ago.
Runner goes. That's slashed into center field. It's a base hit. Melky Cabrera around second and goes to third. And not a hit and run. He was stealing. And Derek Jeter with another base hit. Dustin Pedroia tried to deke out Cabrera and act as if the ball was coming to him, but Cabrera picked it up off the bat and took third.
Here he goes. He's off and running. The pitch is towards the middle of the plate. It is straight and true. And Derek, the way he's been hitting, he's not going to miss this. Line drive into center field. Melky's on the move. He's headed for third. The Yankees have runners on the corners with 1 out. Derek now just 2 hits away from 2,700 for his career.
Here's Eric Hinsky, first at bat, taking over for Johnny Damon. If you just joined us, Johnny Damon got hurt on this foul ball.
Fastball in, trying to pull the ball with Jeter at second in the first inning, and hits it right off the knee, the side of the knee. And eventually that stiffened up, and Johnny had to leave the game. You could see he's in agony at home plate. And this is Hinsky's first at bat of the night.
Surprised Derek doesn't take off. He's got such a good percentage at stealing bases, and we've already mentioned, and Kenny's detailed, the combination of Penny and Victor Martinez not very good. Now somebody's barking from the Yankee dugout, and Joe West is going halfway. He said, all right, enough.
You know, this has been, they've already been barking at him before. It just wasn't that one pitch. And I believe what we've been talking about, that lengthy outside corner.
I got to tell you one thing, Kenny. The dugouts here are as far from home plate as any place in baseball. Ooh. You have to have rabbit ears to hear what they're saying, or they must have really loud voices. And there's the strike. That's what the Yankees have been arguing the entire game. It's only 2 innings old, but he has given them, what, 3-4 inches off the plate.
Let's see, who's the closest to the umpire there?
Girardi.
Girardi.
He's leaning against the wall.
Tony Pena.
And Rob Thompson. No, that's Alex. 1-2. Line drive, a base hit down the right field line. And it kicks off the stand, touched by a fan. It's going to be a double. Melky Cabrera scores. Derek Jeter moves to third. Eric Hinske with a double and a ribby, and the Yankees lead 3-1.
Well, after hitting the second strike on the outside corner, Penny tried to get in on Hinske, and he wasn't going to have anything of it. Lined it over Euclid. This is going to chase Jeter to third. Man, he smokes this. Just a matter of fair or foul. Yep, that's fair. First base umpire Larry Vanover in good position to make the call. And the Yankees are in business, second and third with one out. Yep, and there's the reaction of Brad Penny.
So another trip to the mound by John Farrell. Now the Yankees are set up to give Jeter, or should I say Pettit, a healthy lead.
Yankees already with 6 hits in the game in 2 innings.
And the pitch to Teixeira is a strike on the outside corner.
So if you think it's just the players who go over the videotape, coaches studied it as well.
Jeter's at third. Hinske is at second. 10th ribby for Hinske. Line drive, base hit down the right field line, kicks off the stands. Jeter scores. Here comes Hinske. He'll score. Teixeira goes into second with a double, and backing up nicely is Lowell. A 2-run double for Mark Teixeira, and the Yankees lead 5-1.
Not only are they getting hits, they are hitting rockets. These balls have legs. Watch this one. Pitch in the middle third of the plate. And Teixeira, it's a matter of fair or foul again, and it is a 2-base hit. And now he's jumped over 90 runs batted in for the season. The ball gets away, but as Michael said, a good job of Mike Lowell of backing up.
And they're getting busy in the Red Sox bullpen. Here's Alex Rodriguez, infield single, a deep short in the first inning. That one swung on and missed. Now moving to third on the wild pitch is Teixeira.
Well, a combination of the wild pitch and the swing and a miss can also distract a catcher, and Martinez does not come up with it. And now the Red Sox are going to be forced to bring the infield in with one out.
That scored a pass ball, by the way. That one's a line drive, base hit down the left field line. It'll go into the corner. Playing it off the wall is Bay. Alex Rodriguez going for 2. Here's the throw. He's out. But Teixeira scores an RBI for A-Rod, and the Yankees lead 6-1.
Once again, a pitch from Brad Penny. Another rocket up and in, and A-Rod keeps this one fair. The Yankees have done a good job of keeping line drives fair this inning. 3 straight shots down the line. And good play in left field by Jason Bay to pick up the assist as A-Rod tried to stretch that single into a double. But the time that you try it is when you have the lead.
He was a victim of his own strength. The ball was hit so hard, it bounded back out to Bay in a hurry. And Bay has a good arm and made a strong throw. They just nabbed Alex Rodriguez. And the 0-1 to Matsui. Pitch upstairs, 1-1. "50 pitches for Penny. Now they've changed the pass ball to a wild pitch. High fly ball, deep right. Backing up Drew. He's on the track. He's at the wall. And he makes the play right in front of the Red Sox bullpen for the final out of the second. But the Yankees score 4 on 5 hits. No errors and nobody left. The end of an inning and a half. 6-1 Yanks. It's time for this moment in Yankees history, sponsored by Mercedes, your Mercedes-Benz tri-state dealers, on the web at searchmercedes.com. August 21st of 06, the 06 Boston Massacre. Yankees swept them in 5 games here at Fenway Park. And in impressive fashion. There've been a lot of massacres over the years. The 4 games in 78,
yeah.
06, a couple of weeks ago at the stadium. Here's Jason Bay against Andy Pettit, has a 6-1 lead. That one's popped up. Mark Teixeira, 1 out. Well, remember, everybody, tomorrow the Yankees continue this series with the Red Sox, and Yes has extended pre- and post-game coverage. All you have to do is turn to Yes at 3:30 for the Tri-State Ford pregame, then come back after the last out for the WB Mason postgame. And again on Sunday, Yes has a complete postgame wrap-up of the night's events. And what a pitching matchup on Sunday. Sabathia against Beckett. Our extended coverage starts tomorrow at 3:30 only on Yes. A busy week for Bob Lorenz and John Flaherty and Kimberly Jones, but they work for you. Pitch to David Ortiz is high.
Overtime sometimes.
(6-1) Yanks. Now we always talk about how good the Yankees are at home, 41-18. Well, the second best record in baseball belongs to the Red Sox. They're 38-18 here at Fenway Park. So they defend their home turf as well. Look at the numbers against Pettit.
Good cutter.
Now, since June 6th, Ortiz has 18 home runs. Second most in baseball. Kendry Morales of the Angels has 19. He has the most. So Ortiz's average isn't what it was, but 19 homers and 70 ribbies is not awful. Well, when the Red Sox got swept at the stadium, he didn't do much. But since then, 278, 4 homers and 9 ribbies. The 1-2. Missed outside.
He's gotten his career total up to 265 home runs as a designated hitter, which is only 4 short of the record held by the Big Hurt, Frank Thomas.
2-2. 3-2.
And he's got a nice little cushion to work with here. 5 runs. Early in the ball game, can settle down, make some pitches. He and Posada get into a good groove. I was looking at O'Hara give the sign. Does he have the fingernail polish up? Does he have them painted tonight? I really couldn't tell on that last sign. You know, sometimes Andy has problems seeing the signs. Yeah, he does. Yeah, there they are. Glow in the dark.
Little liquid paper on his fingernails. 3-2. Strangely, that pitch is called a strike. A lot by Joe West, but it wasn't there. So David Ortiz works a walk.
Well, let's take a look. Maybe, and you can see how exasperated Joe Girardi's getting. He's seen his players get called out on similar pitches. That one's a little further outside. That's ball 4. You start calling that, there's going to be no hitting for the remainder of the game.
Now, the interesting thing, this is about the highest broadcast site that we have. We are way above home plate. And you can see if a ball is inside or outside. We can't see if it's up or down. And he's been calling pitches well off the plate. Strikes. Maybe. Not that one, though.
Remember Pittsburgh, though? Remember Pittsburgh when we went to?
Yes, that was pretty high.
Oh, we were above the clouds. There were clouds below us in Pittsburgh.
And I heard the Nationals ballpark, you were really high as well. Lowell coming back from hip surgery. He's done a good job offensively, but his problem is his lateral mobility at third base doesn't seem to exist anymore. He's just not moving from side to side.
Look out. Ball goes one way, bat goes another. Somebody's got themselves a souvenir, maybe more than one. He's checking his arm out too. Hey, maybe only one. Sorry.
But what? Where are you going? I get hit in the arm and you take the bat?
Was that an attendant or just another fan?
The 0-2. Foul back.
Lowell's been productive lately. 18 runs batted in last 18 games. He's got a 5-game hitting streak. That really hits well here at Fenway Park.
That one's driven to center field. Melky Cabrera puts it away for the second out.
Yep, 10 of Lowell's 14 home runs have come here at Fenway. Terry Francona has seen his team go 15-17 since the All-Star break. Meanwhile, the Yankees have been streaking with the best record in baseball since the break.
Well, the Yankees come into this game 6.5 games ahead of the Red Sox. So since the All-Star break, the Yankees have gained 9.5 games on the Red Sox.
J.D. Drew had a 4-hit night last night at Rogers Center in Toronto, including a couple of home runs. That was off left-hander Brett Cecil. Posada thought that was a strike, and so did Andy. Wow. I don't know, Michael.
You wonder if one of the Yankees turned down one of Joe West CDs. Wow. The 3-0. There's a strike.
You know, think about Joe West. You don't want to get arguments with him. You're gone quickly. And certainly you can't argue balls and strikes. Joe's been around a long time.
Dribbled slowly to first. Teixeira will step on the bag, and that'll do it. So a scoreless inning for Andy Pettitte and the Yankees. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left. 2 in the books. 6-1 Yanks. Well, everybody in our business is happy because Jerry Remy has been battling lung cancer for most of the year, and he is back in the booth tonight. And he's getting a standing ovation from the crowd. They just showed him on the scoreboard. He looks great, and he's one of the best broadcasters in the game, and it's great to have him back, Kenny. And even Joe Girardi stepped up on the top step of the dugout and gave him a hand.
Yeah, we had a chance to stop by the booth earlier before tonight's ball game and welcome Jerry back. I still haven't forgiven him for robbing me of hits, though. I hit a couple line drives that he snared.
And you can see that means a lot to a guy who's been away so long. And he's checking Posada's bat here.
No. What he's doing is he's checking to see how deep Posada is in the box.
See, what Posada does is he always erases the back line.
And then he starts. You can inch back when everybody's not watching. This has been somewhat of a contentious night here, even with the Yankees up by 5 runs.
But here's what I don't understand, Kenny. He used the bat. Bats are different lengths.
That's true. You can barely see the line on the other batter's box right there on the right hand, and that looks like Posada's a little deeper than that. All you have to do is make contact. Oh, look at Mick.
What a play by Mick Kelleher.
Well, he's still got some good hands. All you have to do is make contact with the line. You know, years ago, Hank Aaron was called out for hitting a ball when he was out of the batter's box. But Hank was way up front and actually hit a home run on the pitch. And the umpire called him out for being out of the box.
So he really has 756.
Exactly. And that doesn't even count how many got rained out.
Modell's scoreboard. Yankees lead 6-1. Modell's the official sporting goods retailer of the New York Yankees.
I just read that the other day. It was Chris Pellicudis was the umpire.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. It gets away from Victor Martinez. Hustling to first is Jorge Posada. The throw. Not in time. So a strikeout and either a wild pitch or a pass ball.
We'll get a chance to see how the ball gets away or eludes Victor Martinez. And you can tell whether it's a pass ball or a wild pitch. That ball hits in the dirt, so that's going to be a wild pitch. And it's going to allow Posada to reach first base off the heel of the glove. And Posada, hustling down to first, reaches safely.
Here's Cano. Pitch is low. Well, Johnny Damon, we told you earlier, left the game after the ball was fouled off his right knee. And the word is it's a bruised right knee. There will be no x-rays taken. They don't feel they're needed. So I'm talking to Mark Teixeira today, Kenny.
Gotcha.
And I said, usually a guy comes to a new team, you know, he knows the guys on the team, he sees them in times that he plays, and you can't really get an appreciation for somebody unless you play with them every single day.
Gotcha.
I said, so you've spent all this time with the Yankees now. Who is better than you thought he was? And who do you think he chose?
Robinson Cano.
Bingo. He said, he said, I knew how good Jeter was. He said, I knew how good Alex was. He said, I'm shocked at how good this guy is. And there's a ground ball to Pedroia. There's one. On to first. It's a double play. But he was raving about how good Cano is, both in the field and at the plate.
That's the second question I've gotten correct this week, because Flash asked me about who was Kevin Long, the hitting coach, has a hitting system rating the hitters, and who would I think had the highest rating? I just threw out Nick Swisher. It was Nick Swisher.
Really?
Well, it's different than you think. It's not only batting average and home runs and runs batted. It has to do with taking good pitches. Don't chase pitches out of the strike zone. We all know Nick doesn't do that. On base percentage. So Nick, in that way of grading a hitter, came out on top. Oh, look who's up.
There he is. 372 on base percentage, so about 130 points more than his batting average. He always seems to work the count full at 3-2.
You know what? I can see what Teixeira was talking about with Cano, because Cano hasn't been around as long as some of the other players on the team. But certainly having a very good season, except for that series in Oakland.
Now he's 0 for his last 14. 0 for 2 tonight.
You know, but one thing about it is that certain parks you feel comfortable in. And I'm sure Robbie Cano feels comfortable here at Fenway Park because he's hitting a career .345 in this park. And that's the second highest for a visiting player, an active visiting player. Only Adam Kennedy hits better.
And Kennedy's off the charts, I think.
Yeah, almost 400.
Yeah. 395. One, two. Inside, 2-2.
Now, we always talk about Nick Swisher's got this streak going. He's reached safely in 28 straight games. Our Elias friends told us that the record is 84 consecutive games reaching safe since 1920. Ted Williams in 1949 reached safely in 84 consecutive games.
So Nick's got a ways to go.
Oh, yeah.
And we told you, every time you look up, Nick Swisher has a full count.
You know, it'd save a lot of time. It just started at 3-2.
Michael Bowden was called up and put into the bullpen, and he's warming up. One of their starters from the minor leagues. Swing and a miss. Swisher down on strikes. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the third inning. Yankees lead 6-1 over the Sox. Let's take a look at tomorrow's starting pitchers, brought to you by Verizon Fios. This is Fios. This is big. A.J. Burnett against Junichi Tazawa. Tazawa is the guy who gave up that 15th inning home run to Alex Rodriguez. And the pre- and post-game coverage will be on, yes, game's going to be on Fox. But at 3:30, our pre-game coverage after the final out on Fox. Turn it right to yes, and we'll break it down. And there's a strike to Alex Gonzalez.
Well, the Red Sox thought that Jed Lowry, the youngster, was going to be able to take over at shortstop this year, but he's had a myriad of injuries and is on the disabled list once again.
On the Modell's scoreboard, 6-8-0, leading 1-0-0. And Modell's is the official sporting goods retailer of the New York Yankees.
Then Nick Green's turn came and went, and now they went out and got Alex Gonzalez, who's known as a slick fielding shortstop.
Now, if you think about it, Kenny, since they won the World Series in '04 with Orlando Cabrera, they've been trying to find a shortstop. And they spent a lot of money on Julio Lugo, and they actually pretty much gave him away to the Cardinals. He's playing with the Cardinals now. And they didn't think he was the solution. Then Nick Green, as you mentioned, and Lowry, and now Gonzalez. I think they gave Lugo something like a 5-year, $45 million contract.
I think it was in that neighborhood, which is a pretty hefty neighborhood.
I can't even drive through that neighborhood.
Well, Mr. Rogers doesn't live there, I'll tell you that. I hear you don't live too far away from there, though.
The 2-2, swing and a miss. Gonzalez down on strikes.
Looks like Andy Pettit's cutter is starting to pick up the pace here. Watch this right over the top. Disappears. Second strikeout for Andy Pettit. That windup, the familiar windup the Yankee fans have seen for years, and another hitter gone on the cutter.
Count 0-1 to Ellsbury. Ellsbury created a run on his own in the first inning, fell behind 0-2, then ended up walking, stole second, moved to third on a fly ball to right, and scored on a sac fly to center. The steal of second was his 54th of the year. That ties Tommy Harper for the most in Red Sox history. Tris Speaker is second with 52. He did that in 1912.
Tommy Harper, a former teammate of mine, eventually he got over to Baltimore. And you know how the players have nicknames?
Right.
You know the Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey? I.W. Harper?
Okay.
That was his nickname, I.W.
Swing and a miss. Ellsbury down on strikes.
You think Tommy would be easy enough? No. I.W.
And then probably got to I-dub. So 2 away on 2 strikeouts, 3 strikeouts for Andy Pettit. And that's going to bring up Pedroia.
You know, by the way, Michael, I think it's a good thing you didn't know I.W. Harper.
You know what? I got to be honest. I'd never heard of it until you just told me.
It's
you said Kentucky bourbon?
Straight bourbon.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. The 1-0. 1-1.
Andy's rhythm has definitely picked up this inning. Put away Gonzalez, put away Ellsbury. This is his best inning of the game so far. And not just because he struck out 2 guys, just the way he's working. And it was about this time in the Seattle game that it really started to kick in.
The 2-1. High fly ball into the corner and left. And Hinske leaps, he can't make the play. And the ball caroms all the way out toward Jeter. And Pedroia's going for 3, and he is out. Not a good play when you're down by 5. And you have your 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up. So it's a double, and he's out trying to stretch 6-5. You see Hinske goes back, and the ball caroms all the way back into shallow left. Jeter gets it and fires to Alex Rodriguez, and Pedroia is out. Well, it's time for the New York State Smokers Quit Line Quiz. Jacoby Ellsbury has 54 stolen bases. That's tied for first in the American League with Carl Crawford. So we ask you now, who's the last Red Sox player to lead the American League in stolen bases? We'll find out in the bottom of the 4th. So we go to the top of the 4th, and the Yankees are leading 6-1, 6-8-0, leading 1-1-0. Let's take a look at this play with Eric Hinske trying to make the catch.
Hinske up. And we're going to take a look at the Coors Light freeze cam.
Oh, they're going to make us wait because it's so hot out. It's hard to freeze. Now let's take a look at the Coors Light freeze cam. Freeze it. Oh, yeah.
He's out.
Out cold.
He hadn't touched the base yet.
The 0-1.
I got a question for you, Mike.
Sure, anything.
How many times do you see a runner thrown out on a base on a ball hit the left field where the left fielder doesn't touch the ball?
Not too often. Well, here's probably the only place.
Hinske didn't even get an assist on that play.
You know what was odd about that? It didn't seem like it hit the wall enough to carry him out that violently, but it must have hit something on the bottom of the wall.
Had the bottom of the wall, like a stoop ball?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, off the curve.
Yeah, exactly. That time the Green Monster wasn't so friendly to Pedroia.
Although he made a pretty bad base running maneuver.
Yeah, of course. Now watch. Here's Hinske. Where's the ball actually hit on the wall? They hit pretty solidly. Did Derek Jeter heads up? That's almost like the flip play.
The 2-2. Now, for those guesses seen in a lot of places, off the curb or off the stoop.
Yeah.
Little pink Spalding.
Or tennis ball.
Or tennis ball. And you fire it. You try to hit it off the point of the curb.
And it goes.
See how far it goes.
It goes over your opponent's head. And depending on how many bounces he catches it on, single, double, triple, or a home run.
Can you imagine, Kenny, over the years, how many 10, 11, 12-year-old kids who just tore their rotator cuffs. No pitch counts back then.
Stay out there all afternoon.
Absolutely. 3-2. Grounded to short, backhanded by Gonzalez, and Melky Cabrera just out hustling down the line. 1 away. Verizon customers, as the Yankees charge toward the playoffs, you'll never miss a game again now that you can watch live Yes Network Yankee games on your PCs and laptops. If you are a Verizon Fios TV customer with Fios Internet who watches Yes, log on to yesnetwork.com, yankees.com, or verizon.net/yes to get more information and to sign up for your subscription now. Here's Derek Jeter. He is 2 for 2.
Tell you what, Melky was hustling down the line. This is close play. Oh, that Abner Doubleday, I'll tell you. He didn't want many infield hits. 89 feet, Melky would have been there. Would have had himself a hit.
Jeter with 2 hits tonight. Now on the road trip, he's 18 for 31. And that's kind of like Central Park softball numbers. That's really amazing.
A stoop ball even.
Yeah, off the curb. The 2-2, the 1-1, I'm sorry, is now 1-2. Now those are 2 Red Sox fans, and Eric Hinsky gave them the ball. So now do they like Eric Hinsky, or do they still not like him because he's a Yankee?
Yeah, wait till he gets up to the plate, see what happens.
The 1-2. 2-2.
Jeter also is now hitting 15 of his last 16 games.
Trying to decide whether or not they could like him with a Yankee uniform on. The 2-2. Driven out to right field. J.D. Drew. And Jeter is retired. 2 outs.
Brad Penny gave up 6 runs on 8 hits in the first 2 innings. 1 through 4 hitters. Bingo. They're rooting for Hinsky still.
I'm not certain that they kind of know there's a game going on. I haven't seen them look toward the field yet.
They got their own ball game going.
They're taking pictures of themselves on the can't stop, really. You got good seats. Watch the game. The 1-1. Grounded foul. Another nice play by Kelleher.
Heck, he's just showing off now.
Well, the Yankees are going to win over these Red Sox fans, giving them souvenir baseballs.
The new crowd tomorrow.
True. The 1-2. 2-2. Hinsky in his first at bat. Double down the right field line. 2-2. Driven to left field. Jason Bay right there, and that's going to do it. So 1-2-3 inning for Jason Bay. Yeah, so I'm at the game. I haven't seen a bit of it, but the seats are great, and I got a free baseball. Yeah. It's time for the New York State Smokers Quit Line Quiz answer. Jacoby Ellsbury with 54 stolen bases, tied with Carl Crawford, first in the AL. Who's the last Red Sox player to lead the American League in stolen bases? And the answer is Jacoby Ellsbury, last year.
Trick question.
Victor Martinez leads off against Andy Pettitte. And there's a strike. 6-1 Yankees. 2 in the first, 4 in the second against Brad Penny. And another strike. And Kenny's right. There's a different pace to the way Andy Pettitte is pitching.
Yeah, he was solid. You can almost, if you had a stopwatch, you could time it in between pitches. He and Posada, just a nice rhythm going here.
Grounded to short. Jeter's there. And there's one away. Tonight after the postgame, one of the greatest basketball players of all time, Bill Russell, sits down with me on center stage. The former Celtic shares his many championship stories and opens up to reveal his personal side. It's center stage with Bill Russell tonight after the postgame, only on Yes. You know, in team sports, Kenny, if you think about it, he won 2 national titles with San Francisco, NCAA titles, won an Olympic gold medal, and then he won everything with the Celtics. He didn't know losing, as Kevin Youkilis pops out to show.
Yeah, well, when it comes to winners, he's, I guess, one of the best of all time. I'll tell you, when I was very young, I remember watching the NBA on TV. The Celtics seemed to win every year. And, of course, growing up in New York, I was a Knicks fan. The Knicks weren't very good in those days. And it just tore me. I hated the Celtics. Well, now, I got to like them.
Your cousin coaches them.
Yeah, I got to like the Celtics. If my aunt ever found out I didn't like the Celtics, I'd be in big trouble.
See, you could have liked him before if Red Auerbach was your cousin, but he wasn't. Here's Jason Bay. Red Sox have a little decision to make. Jason Bay's a free agent at the end of this year. Do they sign him? How much is he going to want? Is the market still going to be a bit depressed during the offseason? He's been a good player for them. They got him in the Manny Ramirez deal.
Have they offered him an extension yet?
No.
No.
This lineup, and you knew why they had to trade Manny.
Oh, yeah.
This lineup
Got
has a
himself traded.
completely different feel without Manny Ramirez. I mean, Ramirez and Ortiz, that was different. But you're right. He wanted out, and he pretty much played his way out, or didn't play his way out.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't play his way out. And what you're seeing is that the team is moving from an Ortiz Ramirez to a Euclid Pedroia and Bay in this year, depending on if he's back.
Two count on Bay. 2 outs, nobody on here in the 4th. Yankees lead 6-1. First game of this 3-game set. The 2-2. And the count 3-2.
Bay has a good eye. He leads the league in base on balls. Nick Swisher's been attempting to catch it, but every once in a while Nick has a game where he gets some hits instead of walks, and Bay seems to be able to get those base on balls at least once on a daily basis. He walked in Toronto last night.
That one's drilled to left field. But Hinsky puts it away for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. So the Red Sox go down in order, and we go to the 5th. It's 6-1 Yanks. Thank you, Bob. And that's the wild card situation. Obviously, that game with a huge wild card implications. Red Sox lead by a game over the Rangers. Rangers took 2 out of 3 the last time they faced the Red Sox. The Rays are 4 back. Mariners and the White Sox tied at 7.5 behind the Red Sox. And that's the American League East standings. Yankees 6 games up in the loss column. And they have a 10.5 game lead over Tampa Bay. Lexus scoreboard 6-1. Yankees lead. Mark Teixeira will lead off against Brad Penny. He's thrown 81 pitches, and the pitch to Teixeira is low, 1-0. I asked Mark Teixeira today, does he have any thoughts about contending for the American League MVP? And you just know the answer that Mark was going to give. He said, I let other people decide that. Those are for other people to discuss. The writers have to vote on that. He said, I'm just happy that I'm on a team that every day we go out, we feel like we're going to win. He goes, that's really all I care about.
You know what? I can agree with exactly what he said.
High fly ball down the left field line, and it slices foul.
You know, a couple of years, I was in contention for the award. And I remember in particular in 1979 we had clinched the division. In those days, it was East and West, which means we were going to the playoffs to play the Angels. And that was, I don't know, maybe a week before the season ended.
Right.
And we're celebrating in our clubhouse. And Doug DeCenza, our third baseman, walks by me and says, "You know you're the MVP, don't you?" And that's the first time I had thought about it.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't think about it to that point.
That's how Teixeira felt.
Well, better luck to him than to me.
You finished second.
Yeah, I finished second.
The 2-1. Blooped into shallow right center. Diving try by Ellsbury, can't make the play. Backing up nicely is Drew. So Mark Teixeira's having a good night. He's 2 for 2 with a walk. Time now for our G moment. We have to go all the way back to the last time these two teams met. 15th inning, August 7th. Tazawa against A-Rod. And a 2-run homer ended that marathon as the Yankees got a dramatic 2-0 victory. That is our G moment.
And set off a celebration in the Bronx.
Hats off to Alex.
And all, and all throughout the Yankee universe.
That game was a Yankee classic yesterday on Yes. Full length. They didn't even cut it. They weren't. Now let's move ahead to the 10th inning.
Really?
Yeah, it was 4 hours. I think it was 5. It was 7-12.
So the Yankee record on the Classic is still
continues to be undefeated. It's amazing. They have never lost a game on a Classic.
Now, you would think that Meadowlark Lemon plays for the Yankees.
And that every single opponent was the Washington Generals. And Red Klotz was the manager.
What a name. He was no Red Holtzman, I'll tell you that. His record was unblemished or severely blemished.
But the executives at Yes, they get me all the time, though, because I watch the game till the end, because I don't remember scores. I wonder if they win this. I get excited at the end. I should know they never lose. Michael Bowden was up before. Now, those powers that be, they actually said that day as the game was going on, even if the Yankees lose this, that one's driven deep to left field. Going back Bay, turning, looking. It's off the top of the wall. Mark Teixeira will go to third. Alex is going to stay at first with a very, very long single. Now that's one where the wall robbed him of a home run, because at Yankee Stadium, that's probably gone. So Alex, who came into the game 1 for his last 11, is 3 for 3 today.
Oh, wait a minute. Joe Girardi's going to come out, and he wants to know if this ball actually hit above the yellow line that sits atop the green monster. I'm not so sure. Anyway, good job by, was it Bay in left field? Comes up with it. We'll take a look. Oh, it had a nice ring to it.
I think it was below the yellow line.
Yeah, yet another dent in the wall. Alex kind of watching. The way that the Bay played it, he wouldn't have made it to second anyway. Yeah, he has to hustle back to first. Well, the umpires are at least going to talk about it.
Well, they could look at the replay. But with the naked eye from where we are, I never thought for a moment it was over the yellow line.
And even with my glasses on, I didn't think so.
So they are not going to check the replay, and they're going to keep it as it is. There you see right there, it did not go over that yellow line. Terry Francona has seen enough of Brad Penny with this one that put a dent in the green monster. See, it is below the line. So we step aside for just a moment. Penny's night is over. Did not pitch well. Michael Bowden will head in, first and third, nobody out. Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Basterds, starring Brad Pitt, now playing. By Radio Shack and by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Well, full house here at Fenway, not liking what they're seeing as the Red Sox are losing 6-1, and now there might be more to come. This call to the bullpen brought to you by AT&T, your world delivered, and the call to the bullpen brings us Michael Bowden.
22-year-old right-hander called up today by the Boston Red Sox. He had all of one day in the major leagues. He was a fifth pick in the sandwich round, and that's what he did at AAA Pawtucket this year.
And he will face Hideki Matsui. Red Sox playing a double play depth at short and second, so they'll give up another run to avoid the huge inning.
Bowden got called up for an emergency start last year, Michael, in August 30th. One day in the big leagues, got a win, got sent back to the minor leagues the next day.
Had a good taste in his mouth.
Yeah, nice parting gift with a victory. First big league win.
The 0-1. That one's driven deep to right field. Going back, Drew. Still back. Track. Wall. See ya. 3-run home run. Hideki Matsui. And the Yankees lead 9-1.
That might be the first big league homer he's given up.
Well, Matsui drove Drew back to the wall in the second inning. This time his 20th home run of the year, and he has 62 ribbies.
Yeah, that one he hit in the second inning was a high fly ball, and the wind's blowing out towards left or center. And this time, this was a line drive off the bat of Matsui. Home run number 20. He's in a new neighborhood. 20 home runs. Two of these 3 runs are charged to Brad Penny. That got out of here in a hurry. Drew couldn't even get back to the wall.
And the count 2-0 to Posada.
J.D. Drew. Nope. Couldn't get back there in time. That ball actually hit the bullpen and hopped up into the bleachers.
The 2-0. And the count 3-0. Sometimes with young pitchers, you give up a home run, all of a sudden you scare yourself away from the strike zone. There's a strike. Boy, Bowden really works from the extreme first base side of the rubber. It's like his toe is on the end of the rubber.
Supposedly give you a better angle to the outside corner on a left-handed hitter. Well, we had mentioned in our open, Michael, that the Yankees had not won a game here at Fenway Park this year. They're trying to remedy that at least through the first half of this ball game.
They've actually lost 7 straight dating back to last year. And the last time they had a losing streak of more than 7 straight here at Fenway Park was back when they lost 11 in a row between 1973 and 74. So Girardi talking with his coaches, and then you see the guy sitting in that seat. That must be the best seat because he's hearing everything that they're saying. The guy whose arm you see. He's getting all the information. Now he's texting it to Terry Francona, probably. I mean, you have to hear what they're saying. I mean, you're so close. And there's Joe Girardi's son, Dante. He's got a really good seat. Dante was out taking early batting practice today about 2:30 in the afternoon. Now, since the beginning of that 4-game set at Yankee Stadium against the Red Sox, and including the 4.5 here tonight, the Yankees have outscored Boston 34-9. And the 0-1. That one gets through Martinez as Posada advances to second.
I think one thing you're seeing from the Red Sox, and Michael, you made a point early in the ball game about having so much pitching at the beginning of the year. That's going to be a wild pitch in the dirt.
That's close to a pass ball.
It is. Wasn't the proper technique. You made the point about the fact that the Red Sox, everybody's talking about how much pitching they had. And now they get to the point in the season where they're wondering where some wins are going to come from.
Right.
And they almost have to win every game that Josh Beckett or John Lester pitches. Those are their 2 ace pitchers. Everybody else is kind of gotten into the iffy category. You know, Tim Wakefield might be back soon. Matsuzaka sometime in September. But what can they give you? They haven't really pitched in big league games for the past month or so. Matsuzaka longer than that.
The 1-2. Well, let's look at it this way. This is an important series. And the Red Sox in 2 of the 3 games are starting Brad Penny and Tazawa. So that tells you all you need to know about the back end of their rotation. They miss Wakefield, they miss Matsuzaka, and that's all there is to it. They don't have a back end of the rotation. Their number 3 starter is Clay Buchholz, who might have a nice future, but right now he's Clay Buchholz. Line drive, there's a base hit to left center field. Posada rounds third. He is going to score easily. Cano's going for 2. The throw is cut off. RBI double for Robinson Cano, and the Yankees now lead 10-1. And that's going to bring up John Farrell, the pitching coach, to try to settle down the youngster, Michael Bowden. Time for another look at tonight's Toyota text poll. Once again, the question was, who do you think is going to win the American League wild card? You've been texting us at 58772, and this is how you voted. Now remember, Yankee fans are watching for the most part. 54% say the Rangers, 33% say the Red Sox, 13% say the Rays. Now I did not vote Kenny. I would pick the Red Sox for this reason. They know how to win. They've been there. They've got championship timber on this team. When it gets tight, I think they're going to know how to win games.
Okay. I think I'm going to go with the Rangers.
Okay.
Because I said they've given up the fewest runs in the league. They're starting to learn how to win. They're starting to learn how to pitch. They can hit.
But this is going to be the first pennant race.
Hey, you got to break through sometime.
There's Nick Swisher.
By the way, Cano and Teixeira have a nice little race going. Who's going to lead the team in doubles? They've each had their 34th double of the season in tonight's game. And Cano, he's just happy to get out of Oakland, I'm telling you. 3 days in Oakland without a hit, and still this season hasn't gone 4 games without a hit.
Well, you know the famous saying by Gertrude Stein about Oakland. There's no there. Well, there's no hits there for Robinson Cano.
Bowden might be in here for the duration. He might be in for a while. Might have to eat some innings up in this game, no matter how much he gets knocked around.
Grounded right side, Pedroia. And finally an out as Cano moves to third.
Bowden was a starter down at AAA, and certainly his arm is has enough strength to go multiple innings here.
That's going to bring up Melky Cabrera. He is 1 for 2. Infield is halfway. Count 2-0. Melky so far on this road trip for the Yankees is 4 for 24.
Yeah, but 3 of those hits have come in the last 2 games. I should say 3 games. So he was in somewhat of a protracted slump, but maybe starting to get it going again. You know, speaking of Melky, he and Brett Gardner kind of push each other along as the season went along. But Joe Girardi saw that one of them maybe getting a little tired of slumping off. He plugged the other one in, and they, you know, energized the team a little bit in center field. But Brett Gardner's got about, I think, 10 more days to go.
Line drive off the glove of Bowden into center field for a base hit. That's going to score Cano, an RBI single for Cabrera, and the Yankees are pouring it on. They lead 11-1.
Only 2 Yankees in the starting lineup do not have a run batted in this game. Swisher and Jeter. Jeter scored 2 runs and has 2 hits. Melky right back into center field through a drawn-in infield. He's got his 2nd hit of the night. Right by the glove of Bowden. He couldn't flag it down, and the Yankees have another run. Well, I think Brett Gardner, they maybe another 9 days before he's able to start getting ready to come back. We're going to check out his thumb again early next week. Of course, the fans out there do not know he broke his thumb sliding into second.
He had been playing very well.
Oh yeah,
he got hurt. Yankees did make a roster move today. If you missed the pregame show, Damaso Marte was activated off the DL, and Ramiro Pena was sent back down to Scranton Wilkes-Barre AAA. So the Yankees now have 2 lefties in the bullpen, Marte along with Phil Koch, and they've been using just Koch all year as the lone left-hander. 1-1.
So that's a nice option for the manager. That second left-hander, that means you can use one of them to face maybe one left-handed hitter. Derek with the 2 hits tonight. We see Phil Koch on the right sitting on the bench there, and Marte is up front on the left, hanging out on the rail. Derek got his 50th multi-hit game tonight. Nice round number.
And he's been the king of the 3-hit games on this road trip. Had 3 in a row. And his average at .333, on base percentage .397. They are not holding on Melky Cabrera at first. And it works as the ball's hit right to Youkilis. There's one. Not in time on the return to Bowden as Jeter beat out the throw from Gonzalez.
Yankees are up 11-1, and Jeter still hustling down the line, avoids the double play. And in doing so, the Yankees going to bat around this inning. Return from Gonzalez, not in time with Bowden covering. And that's going to give Eric Hinske a chance to hit. You can see that clearly Derek Jeter was safe. See how Bowden had his foot on the ball bag. That's a little dangerous to have your foot that much coverage of the bag.
.30 pitches so far in this relief stint for Bowden.
15 pitches and out.
Count 2-0 to Hinske. And he walks him on 4 pitches. So now the Yankees will send their 10th batter to the plate. It started innocently enough with a single by Teixeira. So he'll come up for the 2nd time in this inning.
Michael, when you see what has happened during the course of the season, it kind of reminds you that the season is really a marathon type year. I mean, the Red Sox jumped out, sprinted out against the Yankees. First 8 games, they won them all. But they didn't sustain that against the rest of the league. You know, the way the Yankees, even though they'd lost 8 in a row, the Red Sox, they performed against the rest of the league. And particularly it breaks down home and away records. The Red Sox have a losing record on the road. And I think way back when we were here in April or maybe a little bit later, 2nd time the Yankees came in here, I mentioned the fact that the Red Sox had a losing record on the road. They still do. And that's the difference between these two teams. The Yankees have the 2nd best road record in the league. They've been able to maintain their ability to win away from Yankee Stadium while building up the best record at home. So that's one of the main differences between these two teams. By the way, the Angels have the best road record.
The 1-0. There's a strike. Count 1-1. Yankees 2 in the 1st, 4 in the 2nd, and 5 here in the 5th. And there's the splits on the Red Sox: 38-18, 31-33 on the road. They score a run a game less, and they give up a run per game more. Line drive, a base hit to right field for Teixeira. Jeter rounds 3rd. He will score. Hinske gets hung up. It'll head back to 2nd. An RBI single for Teixeira. And it's 12-1 Yankees, and Teixeira 2 for 2 in this inning, 3 for 3 in the game.
And he's also now driven in 3 runs. And the hits just keep on coming for the Yankees. Solid single into right field for Teixeira. He's got 3 hits now and has walked. 3 for 3 with a walk.
And Gary Tuck stands alone, the bullpen coach for the Red Sox. This is Bowden's game for a while. They're not going to burn out an entire bullpen for a game that they have not much of a chance of winning. Here's Alex Rodriguez, who was 3 for 3 today. Came in 1 for his last 11. First time up this inning. He hit one high off the wall in left field, just underneath the yellow line out there. and he was held to a single. Victor Martinez taking that long walk out and then the slower walk back.
You know, one thing, before the game, I was in the Yankee dugout, and the dugout looks even smaller to me than it did back when I was playing. But then I realized what it was. I'm bigger than I was, man.
You're taller, yeah.
Well, not taller.
I think you've grown a bit. The 1-0. 1-1.
I mean, there's close quarters in these dugouts.
Just missed that one, fouled it straight back.
The players must have been smaller back in the day. There's not much room to move around. I mean, you get a seat, you don't want to leave it.
And once it gets to September and the 40-man roster kicks in.
Oh, my goodness. And the clubhouse?
He's thrown 40 pitches this inning. Pawtucket is not that far geographically from Boston, but it is a world away. The 2-2. And a count full at 3-2. That's going to release the runners. And he walked him, so the bases are loaded. Take a look at the Land Rover drive of the game.
And earlier this inning, it's Hideki Matsui with a 3-run homer, his 20th of the year. That set things in motion in this inning, as the Yankees have scored 6 times here in the 5th. Blown this one open.
And the pitch is high. Finally, somebody up in the bullpen, Manny Del Carmen. From Matsui already with a 3-run home run. Could he have a 7 RBI inning? The 1-0 popped up. And Bowden is going to get out of it as Gonzalez makes the play. But the Yankees put a 6 spot on the board. They leave the bases loaded. We are halfway through, and the Yankees lead 12-1. This Sunday, don't miss an all-new WB Mason presents the Joe Girardi Show for the Skipper's take on this rematch with the Red Sox. Plus, as the playoff race heats up, here what the manager has in store. It's an all-new Joe Girardi Show. Sunday night at 7:30, only on Yes. Andy Pettitte spent 29 minutes on the bench. He'll trade that, though, as he gets 6 more runs. The Lexus scoreboard shows he has a 12-1 lead as we go to the bottom of the 5th. First pitch to David Ortiz was out of the zone. It's 1-0.
How many times can you say, oh, goody, in 29 minutes?
Boy, if he said, oh, goody on that bench, he's going to get a lot of grief. One. Driven the other way, Eric Hinsky on the run, and he makes the play for the first out of the 5th.
Well, Andy hadn't been getting much in the way of run support lately. Yeah, he's been pitching very well, but seemed every time he went out there, the Yankees, I wouldn't say the bats went cold, but certainly not the output that some of the other starters have been getting. So this is kind of a payback evening for Andy Pettitte with 12 runs to work with.
26 pitches in the first, and he's been economical since. Mike Lowell slashes one into right center field. On the run is Melky Cabrera. He's going to play it on a hop. And that extends Lowell's hitting streak to 6 straight. And a derisive cheer from the crowd.
Second hit of the game for the Boston Red Sox. Pedroia had a double, but was thrown out trying to stretch it in the 3rd inning. I almost said he was thrown out by Hinsky, but it was thrown out by the Green Monster.
Have you ever been in the Green Monster, Kenny?
No, I had no inclination to go in there.
Really? I obviously did. Rocco Baldelli, who was activated today, is going to pinch it for J.D. Drew.
What possessed you to go into the Green Monster?
I was covering the '86 World Series for the Post.
Okay.
And they assigned me to say what's it like out there. So I went in during batting practice.
Couldn't you ask somebody?
That wouldn't have been good reporting, Kenny. Anyway, it's pretty cool out there because there's cinder block walls, and you have all the players throughout history that have climbed in there and actually signed their name on the wall.
Is there anything claustrophobic about being inside there?
No, I mean, there are rats there, which isn't pleasant.
Oh.
Now, the rats out there actually are responsible for one of the greatest television shots of all time. And that's the camera. NBC was covering the World Series in 1975.
Great World Series.
And Carlton Fisk hit the ball down the line. That one's driven deep to center field. Melky Cabrera back, still back, turning, looking, it's off the wall. Lowell will go to 3rd, and Rocco Baldelli, just off the DL, gets a pinch hit double.
Well, that ankle contusion didn't bother Rocco's hitting. He gets something out over the plate and drives it straight away center field off the monster. Well, off the center field wall, I should say, the bleacher wall. Melky in full retreat. Plays to Karen nicely, though, and Baldelli's got a double. Lowell moves over to 3rd. Nice play by Melky. You ever go to highlight matches?
Yes.
They're kind of cool.
Melky does not have a cesta, though. Gonzalez fouls away. Anyway, final thing about that shot.
Okay.
The cameraman's out there, and his job was not to follow Carlton Fisk. But the ball goes off of Fisk's bat. There's a rat. The guy looks down, there's a rat. Big, huge rat, like the size of a small pony, right down at his feet. So he keeps moving away, and the camera's accidentally following Fisk, who's trying to wave the ball fair, and that's how you get that iconic shot because of a rodent.
And now you know the rest of the story.
That's right.
So you mean that rat's cousins are out there now?
Yes, 3rd, 4th cousins. See, there's some of the autographs out there. Carlton Fisk, Courtney Fisk. Soft ground ball to Alex Rodriguez. Mike Lowell's not going anywhere, and there are 2 away. $80 pitches for Andy Pettitte.
I heard Joe Morgan on a telecast the other night saying that, you know, how many times that Carlton Fisk home run has been shown, you know, replayed. And it says it gives people impression that Red Sox won that World Series.
Yep, they came back, the Reds, and won the next day. One-0 count to Jacoby Ellsbury.
Check out the hitter scouting report on Jacoby Ellsbury. Well, we already showed you that he's tied Tommy Harper's record. 1973, Harper holds the all-time single-season record for stolen bases, 54, and Ellsbury tied that earlier tonight. But even more of a rare feat. You notice how feat is in the parentheses there?
Very clever.
Oh, isn't it? Stolen base. He's the only Red Sox ever to have 2 back-to-back 50 stolen base seasons. And he had earlier this year, he had a 12 put-out game against the Toronto Blue Jays here. In fact, 12 put-outs for an outfielder here at Fenway Park.
You know all of your scouting reports.
Yeah.
They're O'Neill's favorites. He says it's like a story unfolding.
You know, it's not going to be Yankeeography. It's going to be Scoutiographies.
Scoutiographies. Just a compilation of all of them.
Yeah. Pick out the best ones, the best of the scouting reports.
The 1-2. 2-2. The 2-2. Laced into left field. That is going to be a base hit in front of Eric Hinsky. 2 runs will score. 2-run single for Jacoby Ellsbury. And the Yankees now lead 12-3.
What happens when you get a big lead sometimes, hitters get a lot of hits off fastballs. Although this is a cutter, give Ellsbury credit. He had a tough pitch there. It was down and away, and he went and got it. And hits a line drive to left field. He's been hitting pretty well lately.
Pitch outside to Pedroia. And the 2-0. 3-0. There's a strike.
Pedroia not quite having the year he had last year when he was MVP. Still a representative season.
And there's a strike.
Trying to work his way on base.
And the 3-2. Grounded, past and lunging A-Rod and down the left field line. Ellsbury rounds third. They're going to wave him home. He will score easily. It's an RBI double for Pedroia. And the Red Sox chipping away. The Yankees now lead 12-4.
Well, for Pedroia, his 36th double of the season. Pitch on the inner half of the plate, and he drags it down the third baseline. Just beyond the lunging Alex Rodriguez. And with Ellsbury's speed, once the ball got by Hinsky, Ellsbury with 2 outs was off with the crack of the bat, and he scores the 4th Red Sox run. And again, this guy can fly. Scored easily.
So Dave Island has a talk with Andy Pettitte. Andy Pettitte could smell a win. He's 1 out away from qualifying. Nobody up in the Yankee bullpen. Also, it's important to get this out because, as we mentioned at the start of the game when we gave you the weather conditions, there are isolated thunderstorms in the forecast. So you definitely want to make it an official game so you don't waste those 12 runs. And they're 1 out away from doing that. And here's Victor Martinez. 91 pitches for Pettitte. This has not been a great game for him. That's a lot of pitches. And he hasn't gotten the final out of the 5th yet.
His 2 best innings were the 3rd and the 4th.
Pedroia at second now. He has 53 ribbies on the season. And the off-speed pitch misses outside 2-0.
And he thought that was a strike. We'll get another look at it. Posada holds it there, couldn't get the call. Joe West kind of thought it went around the plate. Andy Pettitte looks out towards the bullpen. You'll see Bruni warming up. That used to be an old ploy of one of my former managers, Earl Weaver. Pitcher would have a lead. Things start happening for the other team to get the bullpen up. If the pitcher hadn't qualified for a win yet, just to get him to get out of the inning.
He really had a toy with Palmer, McNally, and Cuellar like that?
No, those guys, only 2 of those guys are my teammates, but the fact is, he didn't have to. Those guys are good pitchers. They knew what was up.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Victor Martinez at the plate with a runner on second. The Red Sox have scored 3 this inning. The Yankees are leading 12-4.
With Andy closing in on 100 pitches, you might think, you know, maybe one more inning after this one if he can get Victor Martinez out here pretty quickly.
Two. He struck him out. So that inning is over. It's an official game, and Andy will get credit for the victory if the Yankees hold on. But 3 runs on 4 hits and 1 man left. 12-4 Yankees after 5. We go to the 6th inning here at Fenway Park, and the Yankees are leading the Boston Red Sox 12-4, 12-14-0, leading 4-5-0. Yankees so far on this long road trip, they are 5-2, looking at 6-2, which would ensure a winning road trip no matter what they do on Saturday and Sunday. Michael Bowden will enter his 2nd inning of work. He came in and made matters worse in relief of Brad Penny. Nick Green is the new left fielder. And the new right fielder is Rocco Baldelli. Casey Kochman takes over at first base. Now, let me throw this at you, Kenny.
Gotcha.
This is Fenway Park. Yep. I look around, I see that green wall. I know it's Fenway Park. The Citgo sign, the whole deal. You're down 8 runs, which is a lot. And the likelihood of you coming back is very, very slight. But you start pulling your players after 5 innings, I don't understand that.
Well,
now J.D. Drew might be hurt.
Yeah.
Because his groin's been bothering him and his back as well.
My feeling is it's a long season. There's kind of a day game tomorrow, although I think it's towards
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock game.
I'd want to give it one more turn through the batting order.
One more? Yeah, I can see that too. Euclid, didn't he just come off the DL?
Yeah.
Right.
5 days of rest. And you would think you'd move Euclid to 3rd and take Lowell out.
Yeah.
Was it 5 or 6 games? I think it was 5.
5.
Yeah.
Suspended. He didn't come off the DL.
Yeah, off a suspension.
You're right. It's Fenway Park. Andy Pettit's not coming off a glorious inning. Uh-oh.
Deep drive, center field. Ellsbury back, still back in the triangle. Turns and looks, and it's off the high wall. And Posada in with a double, his 2nd hit of the night. Michael Bowden is not fooling anybody out on the mound. Posada missed a home run by about 5 feet in height.
Yeah, and this was about 400-something feet out into the triangle and deepest right center field. Posada just picked on the wrong part of the ballpark.
The deepest.
Oh. The Yankees are hitting shots all over the ballpark tonight.
Here's Robinson Cano. With a runner in scoring position, it's worth noting the Yankees are 9 for 14 tonight with runners in scoring position.
You know, that day off came at the right time for the Yankees, I believe. I mean, it's a long trip back from the West Coast, and the day off gave them a time to decompress. You know, just kind of get back on East Coast time, rest up, and they came out thundering tonight.
Popped up. Ellsbury. 1 out.
And when you think about it, they got another trip out west.
1 more.
Seattle and Anaheim.
Yankees got into their hotel yesterday about 9 in the morning. And what you don't want to do is you don't want to go to bed and sleep the whole time, because then that fouls you. You're sleeping for the night. So they probably got up maybe noon or 1 and then tried to get a normal night's sleep tonight.
As much as I like Seattle, it's not getting any closer.
That is a long flight.
Oh, man.
Imagine if you play for Seattle, though. I mean, every single flight, even the ones to go play the A's in Oakland, that was a long flight.
Yes. I think it's 2 hours down.
Yeah.
They routinely travel the most miles in baseball every year. They in San Diego. Well, Padres go to L.A. They bus up to L.A.
Count 1-1. So the Yankees lost the first 8 games of the year to the Red Sox, then won the next 4, and they seem poised to win this one. And it's funny, when they won 8 in a row, some people were saying, well, they always finish at 500 anyway, so there must be a lot of wins in store for the Yankees. But who knew that they would come in a row? I guess they had to come in a row if they were going to even it up. Hot shot and through for a base hit off the bat of Nick Swisher. Jorge Posada will stop at third. Baldelli comes up throwing. And the ball cut off by Kochman. Well, do you want to own a piece of the original Yankee Stadium? Take home many artifacts, including stadium seats from the original Yankee Stadium. Well, call Yankee Steiner Collectibles at 800-759-SCORE. There are many unique items which are the perfect addition to any Yankee fan's collection. Contact Yankee Steiner Collectibles today at 800-759-SCORE or visit steinersports.com or yankees.com. So Nick Swisher now has a hit. He's 1 for 4. Yankees have runners on the corners with 1 out for Melky Cabrera. Driven out to left center field. Giving chase is Green on the run. He's going to play it off the wall. In fact, it's Ellsbury who does. It's a double for Melky. Scoring is Posada. Moving to third is Swisher. And the Yankees have lucky 13. They're up 13-4. Melky has 3 hits tonight.
Melky's starting to come out of it. By the way, you're looking at Nick Swisher there in your picture. Nick has now reached safely in 29 straight games. Pitch up and out over the plate. Might not even been a strike. But it was till Melky's liking. Finds the wall in left center field. And has scored Posada, who led off the inning with a double. The Yankees continue to hammer the ball here at Fenway Park.
Gary Tuck waiting for that phone to ring, and it's not. Hot shot up the middle, a base hit for Derek Jeter. Swisher scores. Cabrera scores. It's a 2-run single for Derek Jeter, and the Yankees lead 15-4. And finally, the phone rings.
Jeter's, well, he's got a 3-hit night. A double and 2 singles, 2 runs batted in. Now, every spot in the lineup has at least 1 RBI, with the exception of Nick Swisher, the 8th spot in the lineup.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Kenny, I understand what they're trying to do, eating innings, but isn't there a point of diminishing returns by letting a kid get embarrassed out there?
And well, you know, you're right. He's getting hammered. This is his first day back. He knows the deal, though. I'm sure that they explained it to him while he was in the dugout or during those many visits that he's had to the mound of what he's going to have to do. Is that Manny Del Carmen up there again? Yeah. I don't think they're going to allow this to continue much longer. Here's his earned run average.
Wow. Swollen.
Beyond recognition.
And that one gets past Victor Martinez as Derek Jeter moves up. You know, we've watched Martinez, and there have been a couple of balls that have gotten past him. And although Victor Martinez is a top-flight, outstanding hitter, switch hitter, you love to have him in your lineup, he turns his glove the wrong way there.
And didn't drop down on his knees to block it. Now this one's going to go right through his legs. You're supposed to turn your glove around the other way,
yeah,
and drop down to your knees and keep the ball from going through. And that wasn't. I wonder if he's losing his catching skills playing so much first base.
Well, let's put it this way. He's not a good catcher, and he wasn't a good catcher in Cleveland. That's why they DH'd him and played him at first so much. There's a ground ball to first. Kochman, who's a great first baseman, snares that. and steps on the bag as Jeter will move to third. And if they think that somewhere down the line, Victor Martinez is going to eventually replace Jason Varitek, that is a huge drop in defensive proficiency because he just can't do the job, I think, on a daily basis beyond the plate.
And that, you didn't even talk about his throwing arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Mark Teixeira, 3 for 3 with a walk. 3 ribbies, 2 runs scored. Check that, 3 runs scored. They check with the third base umpire. Dan Iasonia said he did not go.
It's one of those nights for the Yankee bats and the hitters to fatten up their batting averages. Make a statement in the opening game of the series.
Type of year Mark Teixeira is having. Tied for first in home runs, second in ribbies, first in extra base hits, and third in slugging percentage. MVP type numbers. Although a lot of consideration has to go to Joe Mauer. There's a high fly ball to center field. Ellsbury's there, and the inning comes to a close. But the Yankees score 3 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 6th, all Yankees. Here's the stuff, Kenny, I'm going to bring up if you have a little discussion point to get through these innings. Casey Kochman leads off against Andy Pettit, and the pitch is outside as we start the bottom of the 6th inning. Very interesting thing today took place in Williamsport, which is the site of the Little League World Series. Jim Rice, a newly minted Hall of Famer, was talking to Little Leaguers, and in essence, you see the score there on this one, 15-4. He took a shot at Derek Jeter, which is kind of hard to believe. That one's grounded up the middle. Nice play by Cano, and a good stretch by Teixeira, but it pulls him off the bag. So Kochman will reach. We'll see how they score that. That should be an E2, but
This is going to be an error on Cano because of the throw is Yep, you can see from that camera angle that Teixeira and Cano knows it's a possible error, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Cotron reaches on E4.
Anyway, getting back to Jim Rice, the Associated Press reported that Rice said he believes today's big leaguers are too focused on individual goals and getting big contracts. And then he said this is a quote from Jim Rice. You see a Manny Ramirez, you see an A-Rod, you see Jeter. Guys that I played against and with, these guys you're talking about cannot compare. That one is driven down the right field line. It's a base hit for Nick Green. Coming up quickly is Swisher, gets the ball into Cano. And the first two runners are on. First and third. Nobody out.
He said the guys he played against and with cannot, the players nowadays cannot compare with.
Cannot compare.
No.
Now, in the same breath, Rice mentioned players like A-Rod and Jeter and Ramirez that were part of a baseball culture dominated by huge contracts and the accoutrements of wealth, with players more interested in Rolex watches than the game. Quote, what you see right now is more individuals. It's not a team. Now you have guys coming in. They pick the days they want to play. They make big money. The first thing they see are dollar bills.
Well, Jim Rice has a new form because he is a newly minted Hall of Famer, as you said. So I guess people are going to be going to him for his opinions. Gee, I just can't get my hands on that. You know what I mean? What he's trying to say. Yeah, it certainly doesn't match Jeter.
No, you don't want to hammer A-Rod, but
No.
like if somebody's saying A-Rod and Ramirez, well, we all know that both of those guys are now on that infamous list. So people might look at them in a different way.
Okay.
But Derek Jeter, I mean, has never done anything that would stain the game or play it where he says he's just playing it for money. All this guy cares about is winning. As David Ortiz pops it up. Coming in is Cabrera, and the ball's going to fall. Both Cabrera and Hinsky looked at each other. Scoring is Kochman. And the Yankees now lead 15-5. Getting sloppy out there for the Yankees right now, and Joe Girardi's going to make a change.
Yeah, it is getting a little sloppy as Jeter went back, realized the wind is blowing out towards left field. The ball's going to take it further than he can go. Hinsky breaks away, and Melky backs up as well, and the ball falls in. And that is going to go as a hit for Ortiz and a run batted in.
Well, that's going to do it for Andy Pettitte. And Joe Girardi will signal to the bullpen. Brian Bruni comes on. We'll finish the talk about Rice in just a moment. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Avis, the official rental car company of the Yankees, by Lexus, who invites you to the Golden Opportunity Sales Event, Hurry, and September 7th, and by IOTV. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV. Brian Bruni comes on, and he will face Mike Lowell, and the first pitch is upstairs, 1-0. So Andy Pettitte leaves runners on first and second. Those are his numbers. It's not pretty. but he is in line for a victory. Yankees are up 15-5. He's given up 5 runs, 4 of them earned, and the 2 runners on base are his responsibility. But technically, he should have had 2 outs in this inning. The play by Cano and then the pop-up by Ortiz. Anyway, let's finish up on Rice. Let's not leave that hanging. Just my take is, and you see Bruni's numbers, Derek Jeter seems to represent things that are good with the game. I've never seen him be flashy about his wealth. I've never seen him talk about contracts or money. He seems almost obsessed with winning. And so many people that I've talked to, old timers in the game, say, wow, he could have played when we played. He's got that sort of attitude. And it's odd. And then when he picked up the hit during the road trip where he had more hits than any shortstop in history, if you look back at history, and we were talking about this all throughout the week on the radio shows, he might be the best shortstop of all time. I mean, there are guys in the argument, but he's in the discussion.
All around.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, there are guys that have hit better, there are guys that have fielded better, but he does everything well. And then for Jim Rice to take a shot at that, that's kind of strange. There's a base hit through the left side for a base hit. Nick Green holds up at third, and the bases are loaded, so a single for Lowell, who's 2 for 3.
You know, my take on it is the Red Sox have loaded the bases here in the 6th inning, still nobody out. Just listen to Jim Rice talk about money. There's more money in the game for everybody, not only the players, but for the owners. As you see the bases being loaded on the base hit by Lowell, the Red Sox tried to rally here in the 6th inning. But personally, I do not begrudge the players making money nowadays, and the money that they do make. I know that a lot of fans feel that it's outlandish, but from what the players, and I played against Jim Rice, the players went through in those days as far as being locked out and strikes and just fighting to make things better for players. Not only then when we were playing, it made it better for us, but it also made it for players better for players in this era. And to have him somewhat begrudge the players for making money, I don't see it. I mean, everybody, if that being said, if there is some sort of work stoppage from this point on, I am going to be really ticked off unless the players are asked to give something back that they've earned over the years or something that I was willing to fight for back then.
Baldelli can't hold up.
There's just too much money being made on both sides nowadays.
Well, the most that Rice ever made was $2.35 million in his final year in '89, which is not small potatoes.
Not at all.
And also, Kimberly Jones actually spoke with Jeter about this, and the writers had asked Jeter. He didn't know what to say, and he spoke with Kim alone on the dugout bench. He said, well, why are they asking me? He said, ask Jim Rice what he meant.
Yeah.
The 1-1. There's a strike, but just odd, and you're gonna read about it in tomorrow's papers, and I wonder if Jim Rice is going to try to clarify it.
Like I said, he's got a newly minted form, and I'm sure he's going to be asked a lot more things in the future, and we might have to clarify. I don't know if he's Jim Rice, to me, is not the type of guy who's going to backpedal.
No, he's not. The 1-2. Now this one, it wasn't him being asked. He was paid by somebody to give an inspirational talk to little leaguers, and he's trying to tell them what players to follow. I mean, how could you say don't act like Derek Jeter?
Well, maybe he doesn't like the Yankees.
He also included Ramirez, who was a Red Sox.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
No, he's not anymore. Now he's a Dodger. Bases loaded, nobody out. 15-5. Yankees lead the Red Sox. Bruni on in relief of Pettit, and the 2-2 to Baldelli. Fouled straight back. This one was fouled straight back to the press box.
And it's not our booth.
Nice catch. We haven't had one back in the booth all year, right?
Are you wishing for one?
You know, liven things up.
No, I
2-2.
In this game, maybe. No, I don't want any more.
Well, the count now full at 3-2. Red Sox fans are hoping that they could get back into this game. They're down by 10, bases loaded, nobody out, bottom of the 6th inning. Plenty of baseball left to be played. Baldelli pinch hit for Drew in the 5th and doubled. And the 3-2. He walked him, forces in a run. A very sloppy game for the Yankees, as they are letting the Red Sox start to believe that they could get back in this game. It's now 15-6.
Yeah, what's happening, the crowd's starting to get into it. They were very quiet just a few innings ago, but now the Red Sox with 3 last inning and 2 more in this inning. Still nobody out.
Here's Alex Gonzalez. He is 0 for 2. A strikeout and a ground ball to third. The count 1-0. Bruni can't find the strike zone.
Well, Bruni been pitching pretty well of late. I hope this isn't a byproduct of a big lead and some sort of complacency, thinking this game is in the win column. As we all know, Fenway Park can be a house of horrors for pitchers.
And now both A-Rod and Teixeira at the same time hustle to the mound to talk with Bruni and settle him down. Along with Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. We thank you so much for spending part of your Friday evening with us. The Yankees obviously have a healthy lead, but it seems like they're intent on giving a lot of it back as Dave Island now jogs out to the mound to talk with Bruni. And this looks more like Island's barking at Bruni rather than giving him specific instructions about mechanics.
That was a one-sided discussion.
The 2-0. There's a strike.
Yeah, Bruni had not allowed a run in his last 4 appearances over 5 innings.
And the pitch. 3-1. There's no one warming in the Yankee bullpen. Sellout crowd at Fenway, many getting up. And the 3-1. Foul back. Another 3-2 count with the bases loaded. Last time he walked Baldelli when he was at 3-2. Red Sox offense has picked up. They scored 24 runs in their 3-game sweep against the Blue Jays up in Toronto. And now they've got 6 on the board and the bases loaded, nobody out. Bottom of the 6th inning, Yankees lead by 9, 15-6. And the 3-2, spoiled by Gonzalez.
You can see his reaction here. I think he swung at ball 4.
And the 3-2. This could be 2. There's 1. On to first, it's a double play. Ortiz scores on the DP, but the Yankees will trade the run to get the 2 outs. And now the Yankees lead 15-7.
Tailor-made double play ball. Cano flips to Jeter, 1 step, hops over the runner, and plenty of time to get Gonzalez at first. Not much of a reaction from it. Yeah, there it is. Yep.
Well, here's Jacoby Ellsbury with a runner on third now and 2 outs. And that double play takes the starch out of the rally because now, you know, you're 1 out away from sitting back down on the bench.
It also quiets the crowd here at Fenway Park.
Looped out toward Cano, and he'll make the play for the final out. But the Red Sox creep closer. 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 big error, and 1 man left. 6 in the books, 15-7 Yanks. Well, we go to the 7th inning, and the Yankees lead the Red Sox 15-7, 15-18-1, leading 7-8-0. And it's break time. Time for a fresh brewed cup of coffee. Yes, we get our Green Mountain K-Cup coffee system from the same people who bring us our office supplies, WB Mason, who but. Now, Kenny, you know how people sometimes forget that everything that they say is written down and could be recalled?
Yeah.
Manny Del Carmen, a new Red Sox pitcher. You remember Adrian Wojnarowski? He used to write for the papers in Jersey. Now he's for Yahoo Sports. Great writer, great columnist. So he's listening to the game, and he just emailed me. He said that when he was a kid, he remembered going to his first Red Sox game and buying a Red Sox yearbook. Now, remember, we're just talking about Rice saying that players are they care about money. All they care about is money, not the game. He said, well, in the Red Sox yearbook, it had little Q&As with the players. And one of the questions was, what's your favorite part of being a major leaguer? And Adrian remembers that Rice answered the 1st and 15th of the month. Now, for those youngsters out there, the 1st and 15th of the month is when you get paid. So that's what he said was his favorite thing about being a big leaguer. And now he's criticizing guys for saying that they only care about money and Rolexes and ostentatious cars.
You know, I got to admit, I kind of like those days too.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
But then don't knock other people for liking them. Thank you, Adrian, for sending that. That's in an old Red Sox yearbook. That one's driven deep to center off the bat of Alex Rodriguez. Ellsbury back on the track at the wall. He leaps, he can't make the play. Rodriguez is at second. He's thinking 3. He rounds the bag. There he goes, and he has himself a triple to lead off the 7th. It's his first triple of the year. Big night for Alex Rodriguez, 4 for 4 with a walk.
Well, people are wondering when A-Rod's going to bust out. All he needed is come to Massachusetts, Fenway Park. Second time he just missed a home run in this game. Up goes Ellsbury, not up high enough. And once you get out in that territory and the ball rolls away from the center fielder, you're thinking 3 bases. Oh, he get a good look at this one. First triple of the year. He's filled that column.
There's Matsui. Yankees are 12 for 20 tonight with runners in scoring position.
Ooh, high fastball, drilled. All right, here's triple. Picking him up, laying him down. Didn't really have to slide.
The 1-0. Grounded to first. That's going to score a run. Kochman fields. Steps on the bag. Scoring is Alex Rodriguez, and the Yankees have their 16th run. They're up 16-7.
A-Rod scores for the second time in the game, and Matsui driven in 4 runs tonight. Michael, grab a bat, get yourself a hit.
Highly doubtful, Ken.
Tonight would be the night. If you were going to get one, it'd be tonight.
That triple by Alex was his first triple since May 31st of 2006.
Well, he has a habit of not stopping at third when he hits one well.
Posada lines one to left field. Nick Green is there. 2 outs. And that's going to bring up Robinson Cano. Cano is 1 for 4. RBI double in the Yankees' 6-run 5th inning.
You know, Michael, everybody's in the party tonight.
Now, one guy's left out of the RBI party, right? That's Swisher.
Yeah.
So that's an exclusive party.
That's like the after party.
Right. That's behind the velvet ropes. You can get in. That's the VIP room.
And Damon got a.
He got knocked out of the party.
Yeah, he got an injury. We hope Johnny's okay.
But his replacement joined the party.
Yeah, he did. Hinsky, double RBI, run scored.
Eighth inning, Tampa Bay leads Texas 5-3. That's a game that the Red Sox are watching closely because one of those two teams is going to gain ground on the Red Sox in the wild card chase. The 2-0. Grounded. Nice play there by Pedroia, and that's going to do it. The Yankees score 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base at the end of 6.5. Go ahead, get up and stretch. 16-7 Yanks. Well, thank you, Bob. You know what's funny, Kenny, is that a game of this length, for us it's fine because we have a game going on in front of us. But Flaherty and Lorenz, they must have piled through at least 3 pounds of M&Ms already. I think you're going to see them visibly heavier on the postgame show. So that's another reason to tune in. And I'll have all the updates. I'll have the final there from Tampa. Dustin Pedroia against Brian Bruni, and there's a strike.
Yeah, I'm laughing because I have seen that M&M Bowl, and you know, it magically replenishes itself.
I heard that's a favorite of John's. John was out on the West Coast with you.
Yeah, did a great job out there. He was fantastic.
Got himself put firmly on the Christmas invite list of Jerry Lane.
You know, I'm sitting there, I'm almost helpless. He's going off on Jerry
Wow,
Lane.
I've never heard John that angry.
And then when he said it happened in 1996, I said, man, you hold a long grudge.
That's when I knew I better not ever cross John Flaherty.
Man.
And for those that don't know, Jerry Lane got hit in the elbow, an errant pitch. And John didn't show much sympathy.
He was like he was jumping up and down in the booth. He was so happy.
Oh, what's happening there? That one's driven out to right field. Giving chase, Nick Swisher on the run. He makes the play. Nice play by Nick Swisher, taking an extra base hit away from Dustin Pedroia.
Nick ranging far to the far end of the Red Sox bullpen and reaches out and hauls it in. Boy, that was a long run for Nick Swisher. Made it look easy, though. Nick in stride, reaches out and hauls it in.
Here's Jason Varitek. He's going to pinch hit for Victor Martinez. And just to finish up the story about John Flaherty, Jerry Lane was the guy who threw him out of the only game he was ever thrown out in as a catcher, as a player. And John obviously holds a grudge, which is great. I love that.
You know what happened the next day?
What's that?
Jerry Lane was not there the next day. They had another umpire.
Yes, and John also
He went off on him again.
Yeah.
He went off on him again, saying, "Oh, how can he not be here tonight? We just got hit in the elbow. He'd be umpiring third base." And then we find out a little later, Jerry Lane went on vacation.
Oh, the day after he got hit on the elbow?
He went on vacation. I guess it was time for him to go on vacation.
So pinch hit walk for Jason Varitek. Now, we just showed you before these two gentlemen, this gentleman and this lady, are they getting married there, or he's asking her to marry him?
It looks.
And just as they're about to kiss, Nick Swisher makes this great play. I wonder if that's a portent of things to come.
Did she say no? I saw
No, so that was actually a ceremony. The gentleman was conducting a ceremony. I guess it was a minister of some sort.
Oh, goodness. Some sort of clergyman.
I liked on the back of the groom's uniform, it said groom. And on the bride's uniform, it said bride.
So, Michael, you getting married at Yankee Stadium?
It's a cathedral, but I don't think I would. No. Foul back.
You could. So you could invite over almost 50,000 of your closest friends.
Ray and Crystal, look at them. Have a good time, kids. Look how happy they are. Priceless. Love to see people get married. There's no arguments in those futures. Oh, clipped him. Got Kochman, and he will take first base. And Dave Island will jog out to the mound. And Joe Girardi cannot be thrilled by the way the Yankees are playing this game. He's thrilled with the score, but this is a very sloppily played game. Trainer comes out and looks at Kochman. So does Terry Francona.
Here's a look at that pitch that clipped Kochman. Oh, man, right on the forearm of his throwing arm.
recently activated, this afternoon, Damaso Marte warming. So now first and second, and one man out. And Nick Green steps to the plate. (16-7) Yankees, bottom of the 7th inning. Foul back.
This is one of those games where you do have weird things happen defensively behind you because everybody's been standing around. Either watching your team hit in your dugout is from the Yankee standpoint, all these hits, all these runs. Then you go back out in the field and you have a feeling the game is in the bag. Well, it's really not in the bag. You have to continue to concentrate. A lot of balls, a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. You don't get the best defensive plays behind you in these types of games. And that goes for the Red Sox too. The Yankees hold on and win this one. You know, Joe Girardi would be happy it's in the win column, but he, you know, I think somebody have to remind him they don't all have to be pretty. They just have to be wins.
.21 balls out of 35 pitches thrown. There's another one.
I don't know if Bruni's picking up the target soon enough.
And he walks Nick Green, and the bases are loaded.
Jeez.
And Joe Girardi's chapped. You could just see his body language. He wants to take that next step, and now he is. He's going to take him out of the game. This was not a good performance at all by Brian Bruni. Kenny mentioned 4 straight appearances without allowing a run, and then this. So now we'll get our first look at Damaso Marte. We'll see how he does against David Ortiz. Away from the TV on game night? Don't worry. Now Yankee fans can watch live Yes Network games on their PCs and laptops. If you're an Optimum Online and IOTV customer who watches Yes, go to yesnetwork.com to get more information and sign up for your subscription now. Joe Girardi is none too pleased. You never want to be on the other side of that look. And he goes to Damaso Marte. He's been on the DL since May 3rd.
Originally with shoulder inflammation.
He's going to face David Ortiz. Now, Damaso Marte is going to be the Yankees matchup lefty. Phil Coke can actually get out righties. So they're going to save Marte for these spots, if he's right, to come in and get David Ortiz. There's a righty up in the Yankee bullpen, so he'll come in to face Mike Lowell. And Brian Bruni can just watch. 1-1.
Marte had made 11 appearances in his rehab stint. That's
Sergio Mitre.
Yeah.
Loop to left field. The catch is made, and the throw is cut off by Alex Rodriguez. Varitek tagged just to draw the throw, and they're 2 away. The one thing they were concerned about in his rehab assignments was that Marte's velocity wasn't where they wanted it to be.
I was watching a couple of pitches. One was 94, so that's plenty of velocity.
He had been on a rehab assignment. Pitched to Lowell's inside. And he was, no, they called it a strike. He was excused from the rehab assignment Saturday for personal reasons. Made 11 appearances with Scranton Wilkes-Barre. Last one, he tossed the perfect inning. And the count 0-2. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Yankees are leading 16-7. And he struck him out, a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. A nice comeback for Damaso Marte. No runs, no hits, no errors, and the bases are left loaded. Lowell goes down swinging, and we go to the 8th.
Attention, please. Now.
Well, fans, tonight and throughout the Yankee season on Yes, we're allowing you to vote along with the 2 of us here in the booth for the Chevrolet Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772. And tonight's candidates are number 1, Derek Jeter, number 2, Alex Rodriguez, number 3, Hideki Matsui, number 4, Mark Teixeira. Pretty much the top of the order, minus Johnny Damon. Vote now, make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. On a Friday night at Fenway Park, it's been all Yankees. They scored 2 runs in the first, 4 in the second, 6 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th, and 1 in the 7th. And Takashi Saito, the 4th pitcher used by Terry Francona, is on the mound.
Saito, a veteran. It's a pitching for the Dodgers. coming over to the Red Sox. Picked up a couple of saves this year.
And the pitch to Swisher is a strike. Nick, the only Yankee without an RBI today, does have a single and a run scored. So far on the road trip, he is 8 for 32. So hitting about his average, 250.
Now there is another party involved with the Yankee batting order tonight. It's the run party. Everybody scored at least one run. So that's another party that's had perfect attendance.
So you think the hit party is on the ground floor. The run party's probably on the second floor. And then that VIP booth is the RBI party.
Oh, yeah, that's big.
Big bouncer on the right by the line. That would be Saito. The 0-2.
Let's put it this way. If you get into any one of those parties, you're going to have a pretty good time.
I would think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Skipping rope is Nick Swisher.
Look out, Nick. Be surprised how quickly you can move when danger is imminent.
And the 2-2.
And there's Nick in your 3-2 count again.
He owns the 3-2 count. Saito deals. And he swings and misses. Well, August has been a good month for the Yankees. They're 14-4 so far, and if it holds up tonight, they'll be 15-4. That's a big, big month. 2 more games in Boston. Then, Monday's an off day. 3 games against the Texas Rangers. 3 games against the White Sox at the stadium. And then on a road trip through Baltimore and Toronto, a 7-game trip. But that goes into September. But 14-4 in August. Wow. Why are West Coast trips so tough on players, Kenny? Is it the wear and tear on the body? Is it the time change?
I think it has a lot to do with the time change, and particularly the first or second day when you get out there. It's just not a fun trip, particularly this late in the season. The Yankees have 2 of them, man.
Fly ball, left field. Nick Green puts it away, 2 down.
I think the Red Sox went. They're not going to play as many games on the West Coast as the Yankees will this year, and the same for the Rays. I think the Rays went 4-9, and the Red Sox. I want to say they were like 4-10 or something like that on the West Coast. Neither one of them played very well on the West Coast. Now, outside of Anaheim, the Yankees did well.
And Anaheim was the final 3 games of the first half, where they got swept.
Now you still have to go out there again.
And one more time against Seattle. So are they playing every single one of the teams out there? No. When they got swept by the Angels, they came from Minnesota.
Yeah, that's right.
So they're playing the Angels twice on the West Coast, and they're playing the
Seattle
Mariners twice.
Now you were in Anaheim the first time.
No.
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 Oh.
I'll be there the second time.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember I watched you on a big screen in Amagansett. The 1-1. Nice play by Pedroia, taking away Jeter's 4th hit. How about that? The Yankees are retired in order here in the 8th inning. Finally, an effective Red Sox pitcher as they go to the bottom of the 8th. Well, after the final out, you had to join the great Bob Lorenz and the stupendous John Flaherty for the WB Mason postgame. Get in-depth highlights and analysis from this first game of the series with the Red Sox, and then everything from around the rest of baseball. Plus, Kimberly Jones has the reaction from the clubhouse. It's the WB Mason postgame. It's right here on Yes, and we want to remind you that although we're not broadcasting the next 2 games in the series, tomorrow's on Fox, but 3:30 we have a pregame show, and then after the final pitch, turn for a postgame. And then the game's on ESPN on Sunday. And right after that game, tune in for the postgame show. Sergio Mitre comes on for the Yankees.
Sergio Mitre, because of days off, the Yankees felt he could work out the bullpen if needed, and tonight he's needed. And he comes in the 8th inning and trying to hold the Red Sox at bay.
Well, Rocco Baldelli will dig in. Since coming in, he's doubled and walked with the bases loaded, so he's picked up a run and an RBI. Pitch outside.
Of course, Mitre's bread and butter pitch is his sinking fastball.
Ramon Ramirez moves. Grounded to third. Alex Rodriguez gets a nice hop. And there's one away. This was Mitre's day to pitch. But the Yankees decided to go with their 3 best starters in this series. And you know, they're really using 5.5 pitchers, 6 pitchers. Chad Godin pitched on Wednesday. And that allowed Andy Pettitte to pitch today. And tomorrow Burnett. And then Sunday it'll be Sabathia. So they passed over Mitre, but doesn't mean he's out of the rotation. Wednesday, Jabba Chamberlain is going to go after an extended rest for him. He pitched on Sunday in Seattle. Nice play by Mitre getting Alex Gonzalez. Jabba actually met with Joe Girardi and Dave Island, and they kind of mapped out, this is how many starts you have. You have 6 starts. So we don't want you to be taken by surprise. We want you to kind of know what road we're taking with this, and this is when we're going to try to get you rest. So now he's having an extended rest. I believe it's 8 days. We'll see how he pitches.
Well, he's going to have 2 bullpen sessions.
He had one today.
He had one in Oakland.
the 2-0. There's a strike from Mitre.
You were talking about Job, and there's been some veteran pitchers lately who've been coming out and saying that, you know, they're babying these guys too much and that you should just let them go. But, you know, they've been.
Right to A-Rod. And he guns down Ellsbury for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. So 3 ground balls for Sergio Mitre. Let's take this baby to the 9th. 16-7 Yanks. It's time to take a look now at the plays of the game, brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance.
Well, the plays of the game tonight involve Yankee third baseman Alex Rodriguez, who's had himself a heck of a ball game. He's got 4 hits and a walk. He has scored a couple of times, driven in a run tonight. Alex Rodriguez, 4 for 4, been on base 5 times, and also picked up his first triple of the season. Those are our Geico plays of the game.
Got to give credit to Joe Girardi, who's talking with Alex Rodriguez before this game and during the West Coast trip when Alex was struggling. See the 16-7 score. Ramon Ramirez, a new pitcher for the Red Sox. He said he's about to break out of it. He said it before the game today. I just feel that it's coming. You could sense that it's coming, and here he is with 4 hits tonight.
Well, part of being a manager is knowing your own team and getting a good feel for what your players can do, and maybe even when they're about to do them. So that call tonight, maybe Joe saw something in batting practice that nobody else saw, or the way that Alex was swinging in Oakland. Although he didn't give much indication in Oakland that he was going to break out of it.
No, he was 1 for 11.
Yeah, including 0 for 4 in the final game. He struck out twice.
Those are the numbers on Ramirez, and then you wonder, well, he got hit twice in that elbow, right in the same spot, and then he had the back spasms. And was he hurting? But obviously he wasn't. He feels okay and got all those hits today. Well, he's obviously not going to bat this inning. That one is lined to left center. Coming on, Ellsbury dives. Can't make the play, and it goes behind him. Hinske will go to second. He'll stop right there. That's the Yankees' 20th hit of the night.
Hinske's second double of the game. You know, he came on for Johnny Damon after Johnny was injured. Fouled the ball off his knee. So Hinske, that pitch might have been a ball. Up and out over the plate. Didn't really sound good coming off the bat, but didn't get enough of it to get a base hit, if you know what I mean. He didn't hit it well enough to, didn't carry out to Ellsbury in center. Underneath him, and a double for Eric Hinske. So Hinske's invitation to party came late, but hey, better late than never.
Foul back. Popped up. Nick Green with the catch. Wow, they actually have a 20 back there in the rat-infested wall. That's not a pretty line for the Red Sox pitchers. They have Penny, Bowden, Del Carmen, Saito, and now Ramirez. And here's Jerry Hairston Jr. pinch hitting for Alex Rodriguez.
And that's something that Jerry can tell his grandchildren.
That he pinch hit for A-Rod?
Yeah, pinch hit for A-Rod.
Well, the way the Hairston family is, his grandchildren are going to be the 5th generation.
You know, I was talking to about that to him before the game, and he told me a great story.
Swing and a miss.
His dad, Jerry Sr., was playing winter ball in Mexico, and his grandfather was down there, you know, watching his son play. And Jerry was 2 years old, you know, running around in a little uniform. And his grandfather called the photographer over and said, "Take a picture. I want 3 generations of Hairston because this little guy is going to be in the big leagues one day." And Jerry's father said, "What do you mean? He's only 2 years old." His grandfather said, "I can see it already."
Wow.
And that was before Jerry's brother Scott was born. So I guess his grandfather saw it again.
I wonder if it's in the DNA or it's in the fact that you're around baseball and you're more comfortable. And
that's a possibility. I mean, Jerry's uncle John played for the Cubs for a couple of years before he was injured, and he had 2 cousins who were minor leaguers.
I mean, you look at a lot of, you know, your son Justin played high minor league ball. He was a really good player, and you see a lot of guys in the big leagues that their kids can play. You know, Don Mattingly's son, a first-round draft pick for the Dodgers. You wonder if it's the DNA or just that you're around it and you're more comfortable with it.
I think that has a lot to do with it because you're not in awe of everything that when you either first sign a contract or whatever, you've been around it. Jerry also told me this story about his father, his grandfather, Sam, in the Negro Leagues, got to catch Satchel Paige.
Wow.
And he said one thing that Satchel knew, that it was all about showmanship, or at least part of it was, besides the competition. And a lot of things you heard about Satchel Paige are actually true. Like him telling his outfielders that he didn't need them that inning. He didn't have to go out in the field. And that he was one heck of a pitcher. Now, by the time he got to the big leagues, he was about
46.
Yeah. And, you know, he wasn't as good as he had been. But still, he'd get people out.
3-2, and Hairston walks.
So his grandfather had told him stories about Satchel Paige, which that had to be interesting. I mean, you sit there and listen to your grandpa talk about stuff like that.
Yeah, there's not too much video of that, so all we have is the stories passed down from people that were there.
By the way, that Jerry has that picture of 3 generations.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Here's Matsui. Driven deep to right field. If it's fair, this one could go. It is gone. Another 3-run home run for Hideki Matsui. and the Yankees are pounding the Red Sox. It's 19-7. 7 RBIs on the night for Hideki Matsui.
Wow. Have a night, Hideki. This is a no-doubter. Maybe a little bit fair or foul, but it definitely has the distance. And Matsui, 7 runs batted in. My goodness. 21 home runs on the season now for Hideki Matsui. Into the night here at Fenway Park. Now it's going to make traffic lighter after the ball game.
Grounded to first. Kochman beats Posada to the bag for the second out. Well, if you're the Red Sox, this is the type of game you want to forget. Get it out of your system. It can't be any worse tomorrow. At least you hope it can't. As the Yankees have 19 runs on 21 hits. And A.J. Burnett will get the start tomorrow. Remember our pregame show at 3:30, right before the game on Fox. Then after the final out on Fox, turn right back to Yes. And we'll have complete postgame coverage with Bob Lorenz and Kimberly Jones. There's a strike to Robinson Cano.
Well, you talk about the party. Matsui's been on the dance floor more than anybody else. "21 hits. Only 3 innings of the Yankees did not score.
That one is lined to left field. And it's over the head of Nick Green. Robinson Cano is going to second, and he is in there. We'll see if they scored a double or an error on Nick Green. Ball should have been caught.
Nick came in and he made his move. He made his move too soon, and the ball sails over his head. Did he get a piece of? He got a glove on it, didn't he?
Well, they did call in an error.
Here's another look. Solid line drive. Came in and the ball took off. He did get a piece of his glove, and Nick Green's going to get an error.
Swisher has an opportunity to get that RBI now. This would be the third floor of the party for him. He's already at the hit floor. He's on the run scored floor. Does not have the exclusive pass to the party. A couple of little Yankee fans right behind the on-deck circle, and Melky Cabrera just made some friends and went over and high-fived both of them. That's something they'll remember forever.
Yep, future All-Star votes. You don't see many Yankees high-fiving people at Fenway Park.
Especially now they're wearing red. Many in a crowd of 37,869. They're on the Mass Pike right now. This one's tough to watch. The 1-2. Driven deep to center field. Going back, Ellsbury's on the track at the wall, and it's off the wall. Cano will score. Nick Swisher has an RBI double. The Yankees have 20 runs, and Nick Swisher has gotten to the final floor of the party.
Well, the final floor, kind of reminiscent of the Final Four. When you get there, you've really done something. Cano scores. Nick Swisher with a 2-base hit. what a night. Swisher's 24th double of the year.
20, 21, and 1. It's a big Mega Millions thing going on right now. Maybe you should play those numbers, everybody. 20, 22, and 1. Yeah, squeeze that 22 up. Ground it and pass. Kochman. That's going to score Nick Swisher. Melky Cabrera going for 2. He's out. But the Yankees get their 21st. No, they're saying it doesn't score. So Nick Swisher was not busting it, so Melky does not get an RBI. And it looked like it was going to be a 21-run salute, but not the case. Joe West said he did not cross the plate before the out was made. Yankees lead by 13. Well, the Yankees lead the Red Sox 20-7 as they are poised to move their lead in the American League East to 7.5 games over the second-place Red Sox. 20, 23, and 1 to 7, 8, and 1. Sergio Mitre will try to close it out. Pitched the 1-2-3 8th inning, and now start off with Dustin Pedroia. I have a really important question to ask you, Kenny, and I come to you when I can't figure stuff out.
You haven't called me recently. You must have saved them up.
No, I pretty much know things lately, but this one I don't know.
Okay, tell me.
Now, one of the iconic scenes in all of sports is the Citgo sign behind the left field green monster here at Fenway.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's been there forever. You saw the sign. You know, when Fisk hit the home run, it was there. You would think that if you were the Citgo company, right, you'd fix the sign. The lights aren't even all working. I mean, that is the most visible sign in sports. They don't even have to pay the Red Sox for it. And the lights aren't fixed. Why, Kenny? Why? Is Citgo still in business? I think they are.
The economy's, it's not going the way they want it.
Neither is that sign. See what I mean? Like,
yeah, these lines here.
The lines aren't all fleshed out. Very disappointing.
And you're asking me this?
Yeah, because you know things. Pedroia lost one to right field. Coming on Swisher. There's one away.
Well, we'll have to continue to watch and see the saga of the Citgo sign to see if they do fix it.
Well, our director, John Moore, said that's probably the method to their madness because we just shot the sign and talked about it, and they got free advertising on Yes.
All right. You could have talked about the Old Glory in center field. I'd have been happier talking about that.
But that's perfect.
Yes, it is.
Sign's not. Here's Varitek. 1-0. They do have one of the greatest signatures of all time in lights, Kenny, over the scoreboard in right center. Perfect, just a perfect signature by John Hancock. That one's drilled deep to center field. Cabrera back, still back, track, turning, looking, gone. Home run for Jason Varitek. And the Red Sox score their 8th run. They're up, or they're down in this game 20-8.
And that ought to make Varitek's neck feel a little bit better. He's having some discomfort in his neck and upper shoulders. But this long home run, straightaway center field, got up in the breeze. We're just talking about the flag. And this is going to be home run number 14 on the season for Jason Varitek. Melky's going to run out of room in center field. You know, think about that John Hancock sign. That is the actual size when he signed the.
Really?
Yeah, that's it.
That was his signature moment.
Remember, he said that he wanted the King of England to be able to read his signature without his spectacles.
Well, if you look over that scoreboard, you could read his signature. That is some signature. And it means an awful lot around the world. The 1-1. Base hit to center field. Casey Kochman with a single. That'll bring up Nick Green with Kochman at first. 20-8, the Yankees lead.
Even sounds funny when you say it. 20-8.
Along with Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball here on the Yes Network. And let me tell you all, if you've hung in there for the entire 4 hours, we wish we could shake your hand individually. I want to see the people and meet the people out there that hung in this entire game. The pitch is a little bit low. At a point in the 6th inning, Kenny and I thought about checking out.
And our crew here too.
The 1-1. 2-1.
You know, this game is kind of rough. It's the catchers hanging in here all this time. Jorge Posada been in there since the first pitch.
Now, Mitre's struggling now, but nothing like when he came out of the bullpen. Warmed up, coming into the game. Check this out. The guard doesn't get out of his way, and Mitre gets that thing right in the back. He looks at it. Probably has a bruise back there, starting to bother him right now. He worked a 1-2 3/8, giving him an out. 3-1. There's a grounder to Hairston. They go to 2nd-1. That's all they'll get. And the Yankees are 1 out away from a victory.
Both teams are going to. I mean, this wasn't the prettiest of games for the Yankees either, despite the fact they're up by 12 runs.
Pitch to Ortiz outside.
So there are a lot of things that happened in this game, you know, for the Red Sox in particular, because they're going to lose. But for the Yankees, there's a lot of things that they're going to try and forget about and certainly rectify in tomorrow's game. Not the prettiest of ball games. Probably going to win column.
That one's drilled to center field. Cabrera back, still back, is over his head. He'll play it up against the wall. Nick Green will round 3rd. He's going to score. It's an RBI double for David Ortiz, and the Yankee lead is now 20-9.
This was a frozen rope. Melky Cabrera in the retrieve mode. Well, it's coming right at you here. A line drive, almost 400-foot line drive off the bat of David Ortiz. It's going to score a run and keep it going a little bit longer here at Fenway Park.
And here's Mike Lowell, runner at second. Inside. That one is drilled and foul.
A.J. Burnett pitching tomorrow. He's probably thinking, hoping the Yankees save some of these runs for him. Do the same for him.
And the 2-1. That one's drilled deep to left. See ya! Home run over the Green Monster. 2-run shot for Lowell. And the Yankee lead is now 20-11.
Like I said, not everything's going right for the Yankees in this game either. Mike Lowell's 15th of the season. Right there, middle of the plate, quick bat. Remember when he pulled the ball foul? He was a little too quick. This time he was right on time.
Here's Rocco Baldelli. Mitre really struggling. Kenny mentioned 15th home run for Lowell. Now has 62 ribbies as Baldelli swings and misses. 3 hits tonight. And Rocco Baldelli gets plunked. And Dave Island wants to settle down Sergio Mitre. Well, let's review. Andy Pettit did not do well.
No.
Gave 5 innings plus and was not sharp. Brian Bruni was dreadful. Damaso Marte did his job. Faced 2 batters, got them both. And now Sergio Mitre has been dreadful. So when 75% of the pitchers that you use didn't do their job well, that's not a great thing for the Yankees. It's the offense that won this game.
And still win, yeah. Well, let's look at it this way. If you're going to have a very poor pitching night, this is the night to have it. When you put 20 on the board yourself. There are some nights when you have to outscore your own pitching.
The 1-0 to Gonzalez. This should do it. Jeter goes the short way, and the Yankees win this one 20-11. Well, it took about 4 hours But the Yankees nail it down with a victory. They've won 3 in a row, and their lead over the Red Sox in the American League East is now a solid 7.5 games, 7 in the loss column. And they have now beaten the Red Sox 5 in a row after losing the first 8 in a row, and things are getting a little bit more even as they score 20 runs and pound out 23 hits and beat the Red Sox 20-11. Matsui, what a day for him. Yankees have 20 runs. He drove in 7 of them, 2 3-run home runs. Picked up another ribby along the way. Alex Rodriguez picked up 4 hits as he snaps out of his slump. And the bottom line is the Yankees go into Boston and win their first game here at Fenway since last year. They lost 7 in a row to the Red Sox, and they needed this one. Another one that they could get off their mind. That doesn't have to hang over them, that they have not won a game here at Fenway Park. So now they're 5-8 against the Red Sox, and again, a 7.5 game lead. Now let's go down to the field where Kimberly Jones is standing by with Alex Rodriguez. Kim?
Alex, a game that features 31 runs, 23 hits for the Yankees. That's fantasy baseball, isn't it?
Well, it's good to come out and swing the bats really well. I mean, we needed a day like this. And, you know, from top to bottom, everyone swung the bats really well.
Joe and Kevin Long both kept saying you were close. When you get 4 hits in a game, are you beyond close? Are you there?
Well, I think Kevin Long and I have had some really good sessions down in Oakland the last 2 or 3 days, and we haven't had a lot to show for it. But, you know, he kept telling me not to get discouraged, to keep swinging it, and I did tonight.
Did you realize that was your first triple in more than 3 years?
Oh, it felt good. It was long ways.
Does this sound good? 7.5 game lead on August 21st?
Well, you know, we have to take every game like it's our last and keep playing good Yankee baseball and keep focusing on the fundamentals. 7.5 is good, but we got to win tomorrow.
And just one more, Alex. Joe talks about winning series. With AJ going tomorrow and CC going Sunday, you got to feel pretty good about your chances.
Well, again, that's our goal every series. Just come in and win 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4, and we've been doing that, and that's the goal here.
Thank you, Alex. Michael?
And thank you, Kim. The Yankees do continue to win series. Since the All-Star break, they've only lost 1 series. That was to the White Sox. So they win 20-11. Alex Rodriguez gets off the schneid. Yankees pound out 23 hits. So much more to come in the WB Mason postgame after that. Well, it's tough to choose a Chevy player of the game when there are so many people that did well. So what we did, Kenny, was we copped out. And here are the Chevy players of the game as voted on by you, the fans, and the 2 of us here in the booth.
Well, it's everybody in the Yankee offense tonight. Anytime you pound out 23 hits, and look at those, Jeter 3, Hinske a couple, Teixeira 3, A-Rod 4, Matsui 2, 7 runs batted in. Both his hits were home runs. Posada had a couple. Cano, low man on the totem pole with 1 hit. Nick Swisher with a couple. And Melky Cabrera at the bottom, 4-hit night for Melky.
That's a pretty impressive box score. A lot of numbers in there. You need an abacus. Well, we'll come back. We'll wrap things up. We'll put a bow on this game, but we're not done by a long shot. The WB Mason postgame's coming up with Bob Lorenz, John Flaherty, and Kimberly Jones. Stick around. It's all Yankees on a Friday night in Boston. 20-23-1, beating 11-12-1. Andy Pettitte gets the win with 5+ innings, 10-6. Brad Penny took the loss 7-8. Time of the game just under 4 hours. Yankees 20 runs and 23 hits, season highs, and Matsui 2 for 6, 2 home runs. He also missed a home run by about a foot, so we would have had 3, career high 7 runs batted in. Join us again Tuesday for Yankees baseball as the Bombers take on the Texas Rangers at Yankee Stadium. Coverage will begin at 7 p.m. on My 9 in high definition where available. Once again, the Yankees beat the Red Sox 20-11. Special thanks to Bill Bolin, John Moore, Woody Fryman, and John Filippelli. So many images, so many hits, so many runs, and the Yankees come away with a victory. They've beaten the Red Sox 5 straight times, have a 7.5 game lead in the American League East. For Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay saying see ya from Fenway Park in Boston, Mass. Now let's go to Bob Lorenz and John Flaherty in our Yes Network studios. Guys? You're watching New York Yankees Encore on the Yes Network. Once again, our final score, the Yankees 20 and the Red Sox 11. Join us again Wednesday for our next Yankees telecast when the Bombers take on the Texas Rangers at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. The coverage will begin at 6 p.m.